Hugo, can you hear me?
Yes, we're good to go.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for joining us for our final continuing education training of the year 2020. And we're excited about the group of speakers we have today, as we always are. Before we get to that, just the general housekeeping stuff. I want to say thank you to Hugo. First and foremost, he does an amazing job of coordinating these things every year and orchestrating this year, especially the video component, which was new to us, and I think it's been really successful. I also want to say thank you to the Ag Commissioners Department. They have partnered with us on these trainings for nearly a decade now, and John Coolidge will be speaking today, and everyone who helps us from that office is instrumental in this thing and has been instrumental in this thing, and so I can't say thanks enough to them and to our speakers. You know, we've had a great lineup this year, and it's been very insightful for me personally, and I hope for everyone listening. Excuse me. I said this last week, but we try to tailor these things to your needs as attendees, and so any outreach between now and next year, earlier the better, to Hugo and I is really helpful. It helps us construct these things in a manner that's going to be, you know, contemporary and aligned with what you're interested in. I spend a lot of time on these as far as developing the training subject matter and finding the right speakers, and so you know, I want to do that in a way that's going to be meaningful for those listening. Our sponsors today, we have some fantastic sponsors: Martinez Orchards and Grapevines, as I know them. They do a wonderful job, make very good plants. Ernie Bowman is a longtime friend, colleague, coworker of mine, and I appreciate their sponsorship. Corteva Agriscience, Jill LeVake, who's known to many of you as a longtime rep for them, does a really good job providing insight related to the products and brands, and so you know, do your part to support Corteva. Wilbur Ellis locally, Joey Greenberg, you know, thank you so much. He's supported this thing from the very beginning with you know, the financial side of it, as well as speakers over the years. And then lastly, Wonderful Nurseries, another wonderful nursery. They've sponsored 3 of the trainings, and they make fantastic plants, and I personally enjoy doing a lot of work with them, and so I hope that you will solicit their business. I think that's it. Am I leaving anything? Oh, our students. We have a nice student population joining us. I say this every week, but we make these trainings available free to students anywhere and everywhere, and we reach out to colleges across the country that have ag programs, and I can see people on today's training, tuning into today's training, from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo, UC Davis, Napa Valley Junior College, Santa Rosa Junior College, a number of people from Cal Berkeley, UC Davis, I may have said that already, Washington State University, I think that's it today, Chico State University as well. And we want to continue to open these trainings to people of, you know, in the student space more and more moving forward. And so if you have ideas as far as programs and places, contacts, that's something else that you as attendees, it'd be helpful for you to provide to Hugo and I, so that we can expand the outreach. Okay, now I will give my introduction to our first speaker, Caitlin Gold from Cornell. I will read her bio, as I do so eloquently each week, so please bear with me. Dr. Gold is an assistant professor of grape pathology at Cornell University, where she holds the primary research and extension responsibilities for grape disease management for New York State. Katie's recent research combines plant pathology, machine learning, and remote sensing to study the fundamental and applied science of plant disease sensing to improve early disease detection and sustainable integrated management. Katie leads the grape sensing, pathology, and extension laboratory at Cornell Agritech, GrapeSpec, the only academic group worldwide wholly dedicated to studying plant pathogen interactions at scale. Katie completed her PhD in plant pathology and MS in applied statistics concurrently at the University of Wisconsin-Madison in 2019, where her dissertation research pioneered the use of hyperspectral imaging for pre-symptomatic disease and diagnosis. Prior to starting her tenure track position at Cornell, she held a visiting faculty fellowship at the NASA Jet Propulsion Laboratory in Pasadena, California, using NASA hyperspectral imagery for asymptomatic grapevine disease detection and mapping. Today, Katie is going to be speaking on the use of remote sensors and hyperspectral imagery for disease detection. Katie, please take it away.
Thank you. Thank you so much for that introduction. Hi, everyone. Thanks for having me here. I want to first shout out to the Cal Poly San Luis Obispo students. You guys are very fortunate because you get to take classes with my dear friend and colleague, Dr. Shunping Ding. We got our PhDs together at the University of Wisconsin-Madison. So if you have a course with her this semester or quarter, I think you guys are on, please tell her that her friend Katie says hi. So today, I changed the title just a little bit, but the content will be the same. We're going to be talking about agricultural light sensors for grape disease management, what they can do now, and what we're building them into in the future. This background picture here is a snapshot of the Napa Valley as seen by my favorite NASA sensor, Avarice. This is a hyperspectral imager that was flown over the valley this year. So this was a really fun image generated by my PhD student, Fernando. So I won't recount my bio here as Eric so eloquently introduced me, but what I do want to hit on is that I like to joke that I'm a reformed vegetable pathologist. So I'm new to the grape pathology world, but I truly do love it. And I love that my background, both in extension pathology as well as with the Jet Propulsion Lab, allows me to walk this great balance between where I get to be part of the wine grape industry as well as part of the NASA community. So I think that picture down in the lower left kind of sums up my life perfectly. I've given talks to growers 25 feet away from the Mars rover, and I've taken calls with NASA program officers from the Vineyard knee-deep in sour rot. So it's a really fun life. As Eric mentioned, I run the GrapeSpec lab, so we're the grape sensing, pathology, and extension lab at Cornell Agritech. We study the fundamental and applied science of plant disease sensing in order to improve early grape disease detection and management. And we study this very holistically and try to think about plant disease sensing from all different angles, such as the traditional plant disease triangle, environment, plant, and pathogen, and how those interactions actually affect our ability to sense disease accurately, as well as taking into account management. We don't let disease occur in a vacuum. We're always actively trying to stop it with fungicides, with roguing, with other human interactions. So it's really important to keep those interactions in mind as we're trying to build effective disease management in order to make effective early management intervention. Our group receives our funding from diverse sources ranging from direct allocations from NASA and competitive funds to commodity group funds. So we're very broad and varied. And our group contains individuals from really diverse background, ranging from applied viticulturalists, fungicide resistance experts, to computer scientists and software engineers that build me deep learning models that I can't even begin to describe. So I feel very fortunate that I get to work with all of these wonderful individuals, especially given the fact that I started my lab in the middle of a global pandemic. My first official day as tenure track at Cornell was February 1st of this year, about 5 weeks before the shutdowns began. So it's been an interesting year to start a lab, to say the least, but these people have truly made it wonderful. All right, so now let's get into the meat of my talk today. So here are the main questions that I hope you walk away with answers from after listening to my talk today on ag light sensors for grape disease management. The first part of the talk, we're going to be answering 3 mini questions, which are: what are light sensors? We're going to start kind of broadly and then zoom on in for a couple specific examples. And importantly, we're going to talk about what they can do, and just as importantly, what they can't do, because understanding these aspects are absolutely critical to understanding what they can do for you in terms of grape disease management. The next question that we're going to talk about is: how can commercially available sensing and sensors be used for grape disease management right now if you wanted to go out and purchase something? And finally, we're going to end with what's on the horizon, and I'm going to talk to you guys a little bit about some ongoing Gold Lab projects and what we hope to build in the future in terms of grape disease management with remote and proximal sensing. So this is the template for our cheat sheet that we're going to be filling out in the course of today's talk. I did not have my act together enough to make sure you guys had this in front of you in the beginning, but I will be sure to share this with Ugo and Eric to make sure that it's in your hands by the end of the day. So we're going to fill this out together throughout the course of the talk. We're going to start with what a sensor actually is, what each one of these sensors actually are, and a little bit on how they work at a high level. We'll then move into their applications and considerations, because at the end of the day, there's no such thing as a magic sensor, and they each have their advantages and disadvantages, pros and cons. And then finally, we'll go through some general and then a little bit more on specific use cases. So let's start and zoom back out at the high level. So I'm sure you guys have all heard of sensors and sensing. I mean, remote sensing, it's the thing these days. But I really want us to all start on the same page by first defining what a sensor actually is and the type of sensors we're going to be talking about today. So I just pulled this definition right out of the dictionary, and it defines a sensor as a device that responds to a physical stimulus such as heat, light, sound, pressure, or motion, and transmits a resulting impulse for measurement or action. So I've bolded light here because these are the only sensors I'm going to be talking about today. I'm not talking about environmental sensors or the integration of those with other light sensors. We interact with light sensors on a daily basis. Usually I give this talk in front of real people in a real room, but as you guys can see, we're interacting with light sensors right now, the webcams that are allowing me to talk to you from the East Coast here where it's a comfortable 10:45 a.m. At the West Coast, it's 7:45 a.m. So your average smartphone has just about 1 billion, and they're coming out with smartphones these days that have multiple types of light sensors within them. So at the very basic level, a light sensor works very similarly to how our eyes work. When you look at this green box on the screen, it appears green to our eyes because green light is hitting this box, being reflected off of it into our eyes. Now, a sensor works very similarly, but instead of sensing that light holistically as our eyes do, it specifically quantifies how much green light is being reflected into it. So now, so one of the reasons why we have such great applications in agriculture for light sensors is because of the way that light interacts with plants. And plants have actually evolved to interact with light, unlike humans, where we have skin that stops light from interacting with us at all. Plants need light. They need light for photosynthesis. So this is the foundation of why light sensors have such great applications in agriculture. So now when sunlight comes into our atmosphere, it will do one of 3 things when it hits any sort of vegetation. Some of that light is just transmitted right on through and goes to the ground. A good chunk of it is absorbed for photosynthesis, but the majority of that light is actually reflected back off of the plant. And this reflected light can be quantified by a sensor as distantly placed as a satellite in space or as near placed as a proximal sensor on a tractor. So that's the first point here. Light reflects off of plants, and plants are designed to interact with light. But now what yields the really interesting applications here is the fact that light will interact with the healthy and unhealthy plant differently. And the way that light will interact with healthy and unhealthy plants differs depending on what makes the plant unhealthy. So now when we've got a healthy leaf here, it's going to be absorbing blue and red light to do its photosynthesis and reflecting back green light. That's why the plants look green. And it will be also reflecting back a ton of NIR light, near infrared. We'll define that in just a moment because it can't use that light for anything useful. Now, when we have an unhealthy plant, it will be absorbing less light for photosynthesis. So it's going to reflect back more red light, more red light. Because it's not doing photosynthesis well, it's not going to be as green, so it will reflect back less green light. That's why it'll look yellow. And then because it's not functioning properly, it's going to reflect back less NIR light because it's letting that in, and that NIR light really messes around with the plant. So how the light is reflecting off of a plant tells us whether it's healthy or unhealthy, but it also tells us more specific information about why that plant is unhealthy. And that's what makes sensors so cool, is that light, or that's what makes light so cool, is the fact that light can tell us a number of different things about plant health based on the way that the light is actually interacting with the plant. So light can tell us whether a plant is drought stressed, whether it's experiencing nutrient stress, or whether it's experiencing disease stress. And our eyes can tell us these things as well, but our sensors are cool because they can tell us these things before our eyes can see it. because these aspects of plant stress will change how the light interacts with the plant in different regions of light that we can't necessarily see with our human eyes, but also in more subtle ways that we just can't pick up. And it will change these things long before we could sense that with our own eyes. So that's the important point here, is that all aspects of plant stress will change light, how light reflects and interacts with the plant long before we could actually notice that with our own human eyes. And that is really what makes sensors so cool, because they can see more light than our eyes can see. They can see different types of light than our eyes can see. And because they can quantify light more precisely than our eyes are able to. So depending on the sort of sensor that we pick, how the light is interacting with a plant, we can learn different things about plant health. So first, let's just start by orienting ourselves to the spectrum of light here. Over on the left, we have our gamma rays and our X-rays. Here in the middle, then we run into our UV light. In the middle, we have our visible light. We then hit our infrared light, and in waves at the end, we have our radio waves. So visible light is responsible for every color that we've ever seen in our entire life, but it's actually a very small chunk of the overall light spectrum. And for the most part, the sensors I'm going to be talking about today are focused on visible light plus infrared light. So our first type of sensor is our digital camera, and these for the most part operate within the visible light range. They sense the same sort of light that our eyes sense, and they take pictures much like how we think of our eyes looking at something. Our next sort of sensor is a LiDAR sensor, and this is actually a laser sensor. So this laser sensor measures a very specific type of light at 1 or 2 different wavelengths, and it actually produces that pulse of light and then measures how long it takes for that light to come back into the sensor. So this can occur at lots of different regions. There's different types of lasers. This is how you have different types of strength. Next, we have our thermal sensors, and these are a ways away out into the infrared. You might hear this range called the long wave infrared. So these are measuring plant temperature, and those are wavelengths that respond and very intimately interact with aspects of plant temperature, which is why they're so effective at sensing plant temp. And then next, we have our 2 types of visible and infrared sensors. So you may hear aspects of the infrared called NIR or SWIR. So that stands for near infrared. That means it's pretty close to the visible range. Or shortwave infrared. That means that it's not as far out as our thermal sensors, but it's not as close to our visible range as our near infrared is. There are 2 main types of infrared sensors, and they differ based on how they measure the light. The first of which is our multispectral sensor, which is likely the type of sensor that you guys are most familiar with, because this is the sort of sensor that an NDVI sensor is. And the multispectral sensors, the defining feature of one is that it is measuring light discretely. It measures light in little chunks across the spectrum. And the advance that a hyperspectral sensor represents is that it measures light continuously. And it measures light continuously. In fact, it technically is measuring light in teeny tiny little chunks, but because those chunks are so small, it yields continuous information. So multispectral measures light in chunks, hyperspectral measures continuously. Now, something important to note here is that multispectral and hyperspectral does not mean anything about how much light is being measured. Both multi and hyperspectral sensors can measure just in the visible range, or they can measure far into the infrared. Because just important to remember, multi and hyper, that is how it's measuring light. That is not related to how much light is being measured. So now that we've introduced these things, well, first what I want to say is that each one of these sensors have different trade-offs in terms of their economics, their scalability, and commercial readiness, in addition to their trade-offs in terms of what they're actually capable to do. So now we're going to go into a little more detail about the 5 main types of light sensors that we've outlined here. So we're first going to start with applications and considerations, and then later on we'll move into those specific use cases. Our very first ones are the ones that we're all most intimately familiar with, are digital cameras. So I really like to think of these guys as eye extenders. If you can imagine that your eyes could see something at a different scale, such as a broader scale or a more fine scale, or much more rapidly or much more slowly, but your eyes could see it, then a digital camera is great for sensing that. Digital cameras are only capable of seeing what's within the picture that you give them. If you take a picture of a vine and you want to know how many clusters are within it, if half the clusters are hidden by the foliage, your digital camera is not going to get that. But if you could see it with your eyes, and you could feasibly see it, then your digital camera can likely find it as well. So these are really great in that they're very flexible in terms of budget. They range from anything from like a $10 camera to thousands and thousands of dollar cameras. So there's a really wide range that you can use. Another consideration is because they're operating solely within the visible range, much like our eyes, they yield limited information. They're not getting any of those wavelengths that are ways out in the infrared. But because they are measuring the visible light and they're doing it in a way that's very accessible, they're very, very readily available. They're the most developed type of sensor available on the market. They're easy to use, a 2-year-old can do it. And they're small yet powerful, which is really important when you're considering deployment, such as something on a drone where you don't want it to be very heavy. Additionally, too, because digital cameras are so ubiquitous, there's been some outstanding development in computer vision for making the most sense of digital camera data. But once again, remember that a digital camera is only what's within the frame of the picture. So if you could find it with your eyes in the picture, then a digital camera with computer vision model could probably find it as well. But if you couldn't see it, the model won't be able to find it either. Moving on to our multispectral sensors. Now these are fantastic at general crop stress detection. And this is because they're capable of indirect problem information. This is because they're both very flexible, but they're yielding limited information. The nature of a multispectral camera, in that it's measuring different chunks of light at a different range, means that it can be incredibly budget flexible. You can get a very cheap NDVI sensor, or you can get a very, very expensive multispectral custom-made sensor. But because they're measuring light discretely, they are always going to yield limited information. The information is different from how a digital camera information is limited, but it is still limited in its own way. And this does make it have any sort of level of imprecision. It's just something that you always get with a multispectral camera. But that level of imprecision varies depending on the quality of the multispectral camera. And then once again, one of their pros is that they are very budget flexible and they are very accessible. Many, well, so multispectral is a wide category, but a huge chunk of them, such as NDVI sensors, are very easily interpreted by someone with a minimal amount of training. You could take a webinar and learn how to interpret NDVI very easily. Now this is in contrast with our hyperspectral sensors, which are different in almost every practical way that matters here when we're actually thinking about how you might use them. So our hyperspectral sensors, remember they're measuring light continuous, means they have the most powerful information available. This is why they are capable of direct problem identification. And when you're using a full spectrum one, this is what we might call one that's going into the SWIR range, which is a ways out into this, a ways out into the infrared, but not quite as far along as our thermals. These are capable of direct problem identification and also trait quantification. So that continuous information can actually precisely tell us exactly how much nitrogen or other physiological or biochemical parameters are within a plant. The downside here is that they're insanely expensive. You don't get all of that for cheap. They are definitely at the highest end of the price range here, in the high 10,000s, really in the $100,000 range for the full spectrum one. And they also are in desperate need of more commercial development. They are quite powerful, but they're just not at the stage where you could put one into your field, or they're at the stage where they are being offered commercially in terms of remote sensing, but you need an expert to interpret that data. You can't take a webinar and learn how to interpret that information. You really need a master's to interpret it right off the bat. So hyperspectral are powerful, but that power is balanced by some very strong considerations. Moving on to thermal, so this is our sensor that's measuring ways into the long wave infrared. And these are measuring plant temperature. So therefore, they're really fantastic for any sort of property that is affected by plant temperature or a property that will change plant temperature. So they're fantastic for drought stress and water stress, and they're also really great for any sort of root damage or root disease. So anything that changes the plant vasculature. These have the widest range in budget. I actually have a smartphone in my lab that has a thermal sensor in it. They can be very cheap. I also own a well, I mean, not personally, but my lab owns a $60,000 thermal sensor. So they have a really wide range of budget. And that wide range of budget also leads to a wide range of quality. What's great about thermal sensors is that they are at that point of almost self-service. They're not quite as interpretable as a multispectral sensor. but they're way more interpretable than a hyperspectral sensor. Considerations as well are that the high resolution, super high quality ones definitely tend to be very heavy. This is a major consideration if you want to plop it onto a drone. And also, just for lack of better, more specific terms, the data just really easily becomes noisy. It's very easily infected by environment or changing weather conditions. And as we understand in agriculture, you know, if you don't like the weather, just wait a few minutes. It changes very quickly. And finally, we have our LiDAR sensor. So now that's our laser sort of sensor. Because it's a laser, it's really great for measuring any sort of property that relates to the physicality of your vine, such as plant structure, height, mass, and density. These are kind of in the middle of the pack. They have a wide range of prices. They range from the low thousands up to the even 100,000. And once again, you get quality that relates to that price point. For lack of better terms, they're just finicky. They're finicky guys. They tend to be kind of heavy, which is a consideration in that for them to work, they must be placed a specific distance from your plant. And that distance relates to how usable the data is, but it really depends on your application. So it must be placed away from your plant, and it must be placed a consistent distance away from your plant in order to yield usable insights, because it's actually measuring the amount of time and the distance that that laser travels when it leaves the sensor, hits the plant, and comes on back in. But these are really great, once again, for physical vine parameters. And then finally, just one thing I really want you guys to keep in mind when you're interpreting and thinking about different sensor types is that no matter what type of light sensor you're using, assessing the 3 resolutions is really key to understanding what it can actually do for you. So the first of the 3 resolutions, or the 3 axes you want to consider a sensor along, is your spatial resolution. So this is how many pixels are you getting? Are you getting 1 pixel per vine, or are you getting 100 vines per pixel? It's going to be very different in terms of the usability of that data. The next axis is your temporal resolution. How frequently are you getting data? Are you getting 100 vines per pixel every single day? Well, maybe that might yield an insight that you need. That might be a trade-off you're willing to take. Or are you getting 1 pixel per vine, once a year? That might not be worth it. So how frequently the return on that sensor is very important for understanding how you can actually use it to make management intervention decisions. And the final resolution is the spectral resolution. What light is it measuring? So we really hammered in that our multispectral and hyperspectral are different in how they measure light, discretely versus continuously, but many of these sensors can measure different ranges of light. So spectral resolution is very important to consider when you're looking at a multispectral sensor or a hyperspectral sensor, but importantly, when you're looking at a service company trying to offer you something, what light are they actually measuring for you? And the type of light that a sensor is measuring is intimately tied to the information it's able to give you in terms of management intervention. So now what I want to do is kind of zoom into the most commonly, or I would say like the most infamous, we'll call it, multispectral sensor ever. And that would be normalized normalized difference vegetative index, or NDVI. Now, I truly believe that NDVI is an incredibly powerful and valuable metric, but its power is also its curse. It's a double-edged sword. NDVI is probably one of the best tools we have for general crop stress detection, but it's also powerful in that you could place it on space and quantify global biomass. But because it is so good at general crop stress detection, it is not capable of specific stress detection. It's just too broad a tool. So it would allow you to send scouts out to areas to identify problems, or indirectly identify problems because it is so intimately tied to unhappy plant syndrome, but it will never and can never tell you exactly what is wrong with your plant. And this goes for related indices to NDVI. So EVI is another commonly used one. That's particularly useful for vineyards. MSAVI, that one's really used in viticulture in California as well because of the reflective soil. So these are very powerful tools, but their power is their downfall in that they are not capable of specific stress detection. So this image here, all this sort of annotation about why the plants are unhappy was done by scouts. But what this data was used for was to send the scouts out to those areas to more target their resources. So NDVI is powerful, but if it could do specific crop stress detection, we'd have been doing that by now because we've had this guy since the 70s. So that's all I got to say on NDVI. I could go off on a soapbox a little bit longer, but I won't do that to y'all. So now we're going to move into the next half, not half, it's thirds, next third of the talk, which is where we'll be addressing the question, how can these light sensors be used for integrated grape disease management right now? And if you only take away one thing from this part of the talk, I really want it to be that much like fungicides, knowing how your sensors work or don't work is crucial to using them effectively. So I mean, I'm on the East Coast, so what do I got to deal with? I got to deal with downy mildew. You would not use sulfur to control downy mildew. And it's the same thing with sensors. Understanding how they work is very important to understanding what they can actually do for you. So now, how can these guys that we've been talking about actually be used for grape disease management? Our digital cameras have quite a number of useful applications because of their status as a general eye extender. So they're great for a property that you could see over a wider range, such as changes to greenness caused by a disease, or just overall vine growth. You might be able to notice differences in vine growth between plants that are healthier and unhealthier. These aren't diseases, but they're really great for weeds and pests, in particular weeds because they're so visible. And then also they're good for visible disease, but they are not capable of pre-symptomatic or asymptomatic disease detection. Our multispectral sensors are once again really great at general crop stress detection. Because they measure light discretely, they don't have the full spectrum or full information available to them, but they're really great at being kind of catch-all sort of sensors. They will catch your nutrient deficiency, water stress, weeds, pests, diseases, but they won't be able to tell you which one it is. Now, there has been quite a number of advances in terms of multispectral sensor quality, where we really are advancing to the stage where we've got some very great multispectral sensors that are capable of fairly specific detection for things such as nutrient stress and deficiency. But the nature of a multispectral sensor, in that it's getting limited information because it measures light discretely, means there's always going to be room for error. There's always going to be a chance that it will be wrong and will get confused over different stress types. And it just really comes down to your own personal risk tolerance and what you want out of that sensor, if you're willing to make that trade-off or not. There are plenty of situations where you may be willing to, but there are also plenty of situations where you would not want to make that choice, especially if there are major economic decisions being made, such as, do I pull my vineyard or not? Or do I do replants, or what am I gonna rogue? It's just really important to be aware of the limitations of your sensor when you're using it for decision making, and this is of utmost importance for multispectral in particular. Now, our hyperspectral sensors, moving on, these are the guys that are capable of specific biotic and abiotic stress differentiation. So these sensors are the ones, because they have that continuous, that really rich information, they can tell you if it's water stress or viral pressure. And they are ones that are capable of pre-symptomatic disease. And this is because when you have a full spectrum hyperspectral sensor, it's actually capable of directly quantifying aspects of plant physiology. And diseases, abiotic stresses, change plant physiology and biochemistry. The downside is that this is not commercially available. This is something that's very solidly in the research stage, but that will change soon enough. Now, our thermal sensors, once again, because they are measuring plant temperature, they're really phenomenal properties that change plant temperature. So we're water content. So water stress, you can definitely get that with the thermal sensor. Pests or diseases that impact the vasculature. So that would also be something like a phylloxera infection or any sort of root damage or root diseases. You could definitely get that with the thermal sensor pretty accurately. But once again, the nature of a thermal sensor, it's measuring a chunk of light. It's kind of like multispectral, and that is, there's always a chance, a risk that it's confusing stuff. That's just what you get when you use a thermal sensor. And finally, our LiDAR sensors. I think the most exciting application of LiDAR and viticulture for me is precision pesticide application. They're starting to make really cool tractors that have LiDAR integrated that will actually change the pressure of the spray based on how distant the foliage is from the nozzle. And this can really help save a lot of, save money and save output from your sprayer. Additionally, LiDAR has a lot of use at the early stages of a vineyard establishment. You can use LiDAR to assess elevation and also other sort of factors that might make your vines more susceptible one day to diseases. We know that vineyard site selection is of utmost importance for viticultural and enological parameters, but it is also of great importance for disease susceptibility. And finally, your LiDAR sensors are really great for physical parameters of a vine. So plant height, leaf volume, canopy density, and pests and diseases that change those aspects will be picked up with a LiDAR sensor. But it's not going to be specific, it will be a broad capture. So now just honing in on a couple more specific examples with the most commercially developed type of sensors, which are our digital cameras and our multispectral sensors. These guys have a lot of really great and varied uses in terms of specific IPM. You can use these for crop growth stage determination, and this can be used for precision timing of important fungicide applications, particularly here on the East Coast where I am, but of course applicable to you guys as well. Powdery mildew knows no bounds. They can also be really great for precision pesticide application and ensuring proper spray coverage. We have smartphone apps these days that assist in diagnostics. You snap a picture of your vine and it'll tell you what's wrong with it, but that relies on you finding the problem first. That's the one caveat there. They can also be really great for targeted scouting, for for best deployment of limited resources, and also general crop health assessment. You can look at a multispectral picture of your vineyard and send your scouts out to specific locations rather than them just having them do a random W. And very soon we'll have multispectrals that are capable of pretty reliable nutrient deficiency assessment, but there's always going to be that risk of confusion, but it might just be worth taking that risk on based on the value of what you get from it. When you're considering using any sort of digital camera or multispectral sensor, they're very frequently offered as a product service arm. So here's just a couple examples, and these are not endorsements at all. These are companies that I'm sure some of you guys are familiar with. We've got FineView, Ceres, Tyrannus. It's really important when you're considering any sort of product service package to be decision pull and not data push. You must start with a problem or a goal that you want this data to help you solve. When you're making a business decision, you don't want to just be going fishing and being like, well, the data's there, it would be, there's a lot of value for going fishing, but I don't think it's in when you're trying to make business decisions off your data. So start with a problem, start with a goal, and assess how those product service arms can get you to that end. And then any sort of consideration when you're considering any sort of agricultural service. Do you like their customer service? Is the data intuitive and interpretable? And is it cost effective for your operation? And I just want to remind you guys that there are no commercial, well, so I say no, but maybe I'll go a little more broad. There are commercial in-field V-square sensors for hyperspectral are incredibly uncommon. And if you do happen to come across one, I would not recommend you buy it. I still very strongly believe that hyperspectral sensors for in-field use is in the development phase, the research stage. I would not recommend use at a commercial setting right now, but that's going to change in the future. And then a final use case for digital cameras and multispectral sensors are for year-over-year hotspot detection and disease pressure monitoring. So this is a picture here of an example of a phylloxera infestation. And NDVI images over the years showed the relative change in pest pressure and incidence. Now, of course, I know phylloxera is a pest and not a disease, but this was a good example. And the reason why NDVI was so applicable in this situation is that it was really the only thing wrong with the vineyard. They didn't have issues with water stress, drought stress, elevation changes that could have impacted their NDVI. And they were using this at year-over-year detection. They were not looking at changes, lots and lots of changes within the season. So they started with the problem, they had a really good use case for it, and therefore NDVI had a very applicable, a very successful application for them. And I think this leads into a quote that I really like that really sums up the State of the Union for remote sensing for viticulture, which is from the Great Pest Management, 3rd edition. And it is that remote sensing can identify and map areas of poor or variable vine growth and track their development over time, but it does not yet explain the causes of poor vine performance. For this, the vineyard manager must interpret the information provided by the imagery and follow up with on-the-ground investigations. Now, I believe that's truly the state of the union right now, but I think that is rapidly changing, and it's even changed a lot over the past 18 months. I first gave this talk about 18 months ago. And there's really wonderful and exciting applications for remote sensing and informed decision support and management intervention that are coming out. And that leads into the final third of my talk today, which is how can light sensors be used for integrated grape disease management in the future? And I'm going to talk about just a couple of projects that my lab is working on. The first of which, my vision for the future, is asymptomatic virus detection with NASA hyperspectral sensors. This is a project that began when I was a postdoc at JPL and has been continued by my first PhD student, Fernando Romero Galan. We've been working with JPL as well as some wonderful industry partners in order to advance asymptomatic viral disease detection as well as symptomatic viral mapping using a NASA sensor called AVRIS. This is an airborne hyperspectral sensor and probably the best and most powerful hyperspectral sensor ever built. Additionally, we use this work to help inform NASA on new use cases for their forthcoming satellite, SBG, which will put a sensor identical to AVRIS into space. So the two viruses that we're focusing on for this project are red blotch and leaf roll. And we're working across, we're in Napa Valley doing some work, also Sonoma, and doing a lot of this work in Lodi. And in this year in particular, my group received an emergency allocation from NASA Biodiversity to facilitate additional collections from AVRIS over different areas of California. So these collections, took place in September 2020, which was a very difficult time for the California industry. So we specifically partnered with researchers at Davis to ensure that these hyperspectral acquisitions would be useful for our own work, but also for ongoing heat wave, wildfire, and climate resiliency viticulture research. Additionally, too, the acquisitions were able to be funneled into different ongoing JPL projects for looking at wildfire stress and also for smoke particulate differentiation. So it's my hope that this data will help us with our asymptomatic detection work, but as well as advance overall viticulture research with remote sensing. So I'd like to just thank Woody Turner, he's the man of the hour who made the emergency allocation that made this possible. And also my student Fernando for his outstanding work these past few months. In the future too, we can foresee we're moving towards near real-time resistance and fungicide activity detection with our in-field sensors. So this is a project being spearheaded by my postdoc, Nikita Gambier. Our hyperspectral sensors are capable of measuring aspects of plant physiology that link to the chemical bonds within the plant. Now this holds true for synthetic bonds as well, which is why we're able to use hyperspectral sensors for fungicide residue quantification. Our long-term goal for this project is to build up a fungicide activity monitoring system that's based on hyperspectral sensing, because we want to build an overall system for disease surveillance that's capable of both disease detection and plant protection sensing. Additionally, I've been partnering with the Vitus Gen 2 project with Bruce Reich and Lance Cadel-Davidson to advance disease resistance and QTL mapping informed by hyperspectral sensing, as well as partnering with Beth Forrestal at UC Davis. So there's some really exciting applications for our in-field sensing in the future. Additionally, too, we can one day see all these cool sensors being placed onto autonomous vineyard robots. This is a project that's near and dear to my heart, a collaboration with my only friend, Yu Jiang. We both started right around the same time, right before the pandemic set in. And this project was born out of our conversations that we would have because we had no lab members and we wanted to stay sane. And we really were talking about what could we build, what could be useful. So he's built this cool, super little, we call it the phytopatholobot, this little autonomous robot dude. And he built me this wonderful downy mildew model that's sorry, I get so excited about this, I talk so quickly. He built me a deep learning model that's capable of detecting visible downy mildew at the same level of accuracy that my veteran viticulturalist Dave can do. And that's partially because Dave helped train the robot to do so. Our long-term goal for this project is to build a system, we call it the closed loop. So our robots will provide high accuracy ground truthing data at scale for our satellites, and our satellites will provide strategic and effective deployment for our robots. And because we're on the East Coast, we're starting with something a little close to home. We're working with downy mildew, but this could be absolutely applicable for a number of other pests and diseases, such as different types of symptomatic viral infections, as well as pest infestations. And then two projects that we're getting started that are kind of at a zoomed out level, remote sensing based global and regional warning systems for disease. So this first project is spearheaded by my incoming postdoc, Rocio Calderon Madrid. And this is funded by a NASA Interdisciplinary Sciences grant, where we're monitoring global dust currents for soil-borne pathogen hitchhikers. We're building the foundation of disease surveillance at the global scale that could be widely applicable to different types of diseases. And this is in conjunction with JPL's forthcoming hyperspectral satellite. Additionally, too, we're working to adapt DMCast, which is a NUA forecast, which is a downy mildew forecasting model that's based on environmental parameters linked to pathogen biology. We're integrating satellite imagery into that and also integrating the DMCast model into our deep learning models to serve as environmental priors for likelihood of infection. So we're trying to update these wonderful epidemiological models that have been developed over the years for 21st century use by smushing remote sensing into there. So this is being led by the Cornell undergrads, man, they're really wonderful. This is led by an awesome undergraduate who's a computer science student at Cornell and funded by the Cornell Institute for Digital Agriculture. So finally, just some important takeaways here from just final thoughts that I'd like to leave y'all with. There's unfortunately no such thing as a magic sensor. It is really important to understand what your sensor is capable of doing if you want, and understanding what it's actually measuring, because it will never get you everything that you want. It is so important to decide first what information is important to you, then look for a sensor that can get you that based on what it's capable of doing. Just like you wouldn't use sulfur to manage downy mildew, you wouldn't use a thermal sensor to try to measure plant density. And then once again, hammer this thought in, much like fungicides, knowing how your sensors work or don't work is crucial to using them effectively. Commercially available sensors right now have great uses in Vineyard IPM, but research validation and development is still needed and is underway by programs such as my own. Just want to note that disease differentiation is not yet commercially available. This is because it is very solidly in the research stage. But broad crop stress detection is absolutely commercially available and does have quite great uses. And then a final thought is that the future of disease sensing is bright and promising. I'm very excited about it, but I'm also very biased because that's what I study. But I think there's some really exciting applications coming forward for plant disease sensing. And then finally, as promised, here's our filled out cheat sheet. I'll make sure that this gets to Ugo and Eric and into your hands. And I hope that you guys, and that's it. So I hope you guys have enjoyed this talk. Thank you again for the invitation. And if you have any questions, please feel free to reach out to me. And I'll take, I think I have time for questions now.
Sure, that we are getting a couple questions on the Q&A. So Katie,
Awesome.
do you want to open those or do you want me to help you?
Sure. So the first question is, how does the influence of multiple viruses present on some vines impact the accuracy of ID, and what specific viruses are present? How can hyperspectral imagery differentiate between leaf roll 3 and red blotch? So this is actually the million-dollar question, and this is what I mean when we're still in the research and development phase for differentiation. In that convergent viral infections actually do pose a great challenge. But this is also, I think the solution isn't so much really, something that we didn't get to talk about today is variations in deployment and what different levels of deployment get you in terms of their trade-offs. So at a remote sensing level, you will almost never be capable of differentiating leaf roll 3 and red blotch. But what you will be capable of doing is identifying a likely viral infection and sending a high accuracy active sampling, whether it's a sensor or a serological assay, out to the field to assess what it is. So that really gets to the passive monitoring versus active sampling. And that's really the power of remote sensing, is in passive monitoring. So it's really it's just really the million-dollar question. It's something of great interest to me too, is what actually changes between plants that have different types of viral infection and what is the same, and what does this mean for scalable disease detection? Working in fungal and omycete biology, we found that different types of fungal lifestyles actually allow us to differentiate both pre and post-symptomatically between different types of infection. And this work is underway for viruses as well. I hope this answers your question. And then the next question I have is, Katie, how do we get a simple red leaf map? Seems simple enough to produce, I know, right? That's a real challenge. So one of the problems is that I think, maybe next time I give this talk, I'll really add in something about deployment, is issues in deployment. So if your red leaves are in the lower canopy, for the most part, a multispectral sensor mounted aerially, whether on a drone or on a satellite, is going to be challenged to find that unless it's really doing a lot of SWIR sensing. So that's the power of a hyperspectral sensor that's full spectrum, in that because it's capable of quantifying plant physiology, you're able to assess through the upper canopy what's going on in the lower canopy. You're able to make indirect assessments because of that. But the challenge is, because if you're working with just a digital camera on a drone, it will not get your red leaves in the lower canopy. That's one of the reasons why it's so challenging. But this is why it's there's a lot of promise in terms of rover mounted sensors on either autonomous robots or just being driven by a field person around. And that when you're getting that side canopy imagery, you're much more likely to be able to get those red leaves. But you have that problem with the digital cameras in that you can only assess what is in the frame. So it's a simple question that is really, really annoyingly complex, and I feel your pain, and I wish it were easier to give it to you. But people like me and academic programs worldwide are working on solving this problem for you. Any other questions?
We have questions. Now's the time to ask them. We've got a few minutes before our next speaker's queued up, so please ask as quickly as possible. If there are no questions immediately visible, Caitlin, please hang out if you don't mind for a few minutes and catch up on chat. And if you can hang out, maybe and digest the presentation following yours, there's going to be a lot of correlation between the two, and you know, it could be interesting to have the cohesive.
Oh, I'll hang around. Yeah.
All right, cool. Well, thank you. That was fantastic.
Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity. It's really nice to, I wish I could be here in person, but don't we all?
No, we would love, as you know, this group of trainings every year to stay in touch with you and continue to watch your research, because everybody spends a lot of money on different data collection tools, and you do a great job of kind of weeding out you know, where to go. And
oh, I'm glad that helps. And you know where to find me, and my email is on that contact information, and I'll make sure that it's on the cheat sheet as well. That's going to go out to all y'all.
Awesome.
Great. So
there is one more question. Yeah, go ahead.
Yep. So the question is, could hyperspectral imagery help with crop estimates? And the answer is, once again, an infuriating yes and no. So yes, it could definitely help with crop estimates, but the question is, how is that hyperspectral sensor being deployed? A vineyard will always have the problem of the fact that it's grown on a trellis for any sort of remote sensing. So any sort of hyperspectral remote sensing that's mounted aerially will have to make inferences about the lower canopy through the changes to the upper canopy. So if there are changes into the plant in the full upper canopy foliage that reflect crop load, then you could sense that with an aerially placed hyperspectral sensor as either an aircraft, a drone, or a satellite. But if there is not, or if the inferences are just too loose, or they're just not reliable enough for management intervention, then a hyperspectral sensor that's placed in the side canopy is going to be the most successful. So to my knowledge, this is not yet commercially available, but this is something that we're actually placing a hyperspectral sensor on the Vineyard robot next summer, and this is something we'll be testing out with, in collaboration with Justine Vanden Webel. So hyperspectral, shout out to Cornell's My EV. I love My EV. I love working with sorry, I just saw that. I was in the middle of answering the other question. Yes, I'm working with Terry Bates. We're working to adapt everything that we're doing, all this sorts of stuff, to putting it into My EV in the future. So yes, shout out. And if you're not using My EV, I encourage you to look it up. Terry Bates and the Efficient Vineyard program have just been amazing. And then, just finishing my thought there, sorry. Yes, hyperspectral imagery can help with crop estimate, but it's not yet commercially available, and we do have a bit of a ways to go. I'll leave that there. Awesome.
All right. Thank you, Caitlin, very much. Have happy holidays.
Thank you.
I want to take a moment before we introduce our next speaker to give the organization that I'm involved with, that is sponsoring, continues to sponsor these meetings, Farm Bureau, a plug. We as Farm Bureau in Napa County and Farm Bureau everywhere across the nation work hard to protect agriculture. That's the purpose, the sole purpose, the fundamental purpose. That's using every lever available, education to youth, and influence within the industry, locally, influence beyond the industry, politically. And we've got a really wonderful team established. Ryan Klobus is doing a fantastic job, and he has been since he took over several years ago. We're continuing to gain momentum, and if you're not involved, please get involved. With a grassroots organization like Farm Bureau, it's member strong, and so your membership, if you're in agriculture, makes sense for you, and it makes sense for us too, because we can advocate more effectively with the more support we have. Who good do we have? Hey, Praveen, I see you there, man. How are you? Praveen with his hand up. Thanks for joining us, man. I know you got a lot going on today. I'm going to give our next speaker his intro here. I had the pleasure of meeting him in person. I don't know, it was a couple of months ago now, but he's doing some really, really cool stuff, and I look forward to the future of the relationship between the business that I work for and his business moving forward. I think he's on track to do some pretty important things. So Praveen Penmesta, he is the principal at Monarch Tractor. Praveen has over 18 years of hands-on experience in translating creative visions into products for clients ranging from startups to Fortune 50 companies. His formative years were spent building race cars and new mobility solutions under highly compressed timelines. Over the last 4 years, he has focused his efforts on ag tech solutions. He loves the creative energy that permeates the product engineering life cycle, especially, and working on seemingly impossible projects. Praveen is the CEO of Monarch Tractor and Motivo Engineering. And outside the office, you will find Praveen at the local racetrack with his vintage BMW, tearing it up. So the subject that Praveen is going to be addressing today is automated infield data collection and AI applications for pest management. Praveen,
Eric, thanks a lot for the intro here. Hopefully you guys can hear me okay. Again, fantastic presentation from Dr. Caitlin Gold, and very pertinent. Hoping to kind of touch upon how we can also help in the data collection side of things, and how we can make not just the collection side but also the analysis side much easier. But again, I'm Praveen Penmesta. I'm the CEO of Monarch Tractor. This is a big week for us. We've been working on this tractor for 5+ years. But this week was our public launch. If you look for Monarch Tractor on the news, you'll see a lot of news items related to us. From my personal experience standpoint, like Eric said, I started my background in engineering. Worked a lot in aerospace, working in electrification. And after that, started a company called Motivo Engineering, where we were doing more electrification and robotics projects. And we started getting approached by farmers asking about robotic solutions for transplanting, for harvesting, for cold, and we started seeing the issue at hand. We had to solve the technology side, but also the business side. And that's how the idea of a tractor that is the latest and greatest in technology would allow farmers to not only get the benefits of tech, but also change farm economics came about. And that led to the creation of Monarch Tractor. I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but let me share my screen and go from there. Come to a video next. Eric and Hugo, can you guys see the screen?
Yes, we can see the presentation on the PowerPoint document. I don't know if you're going to hit the slideshow. Yeah.
Okay, you should be able to
There we
see it
go.
in full screen.
Perfect. Yeah.
Fantastic. Yeah. But before I jump in, I also want to introduce Kelsey Ducker. She leads up marketing here at Monarch, and she's been instrumental in kind of engaging with all the, not just the farmers and the farm operations management, but also with respect to all the research organizations. We're working with a number of universities and a number of associations to, again, we see our tractor as a platform that can be deployed for the benefit of not just farmers, but also researchers, and it has multiple uses.
Inviting us out. It was great to have you come out and see the tractor in person, and I've really appreciated the conversation from there. So I'm excited to hear more from Caitlin and a couple of the other speakers today.
Our tractor can help with data collection and our applications on the pest management side of things. I think it's worth a little bit of background on how the company came about. The Monarch team is a mix of farmers and also manufacturing people. But at the end of the day, it takes a multi-pronged team to deploy the next generation tractor, which is the Monarch tractor. So a little bit on my background, I'd gone into it a little bit, but interestingly, what Dr. Caitlin Gold was talking about resonates very much with me. The reason for that is 2 years ago, we were approached by a large farm operations in grapes in the Central Valley that wanted to collect data on all of their grapes inside the rows. And when we started working on the project, the challenge was the amount of technology development that had to happen that was not related to the sensing side or the analysis side. So it was not about the sensors we were using. It was not about the analysis of the data that was collected. A lot of effort was into how do we collect this data in the rows. Some of the challenges that Dr. Caitlin Gold was talking about of like the different layers all the way from the root to the canopy layers to the foliage. And also, how do we manage the data? How do we collect the data in a meaningful fashion very quickly? And looking at the labor expenses of collecting, managing, sorting the data and the platform that you need to collect hundreds of such data. So that's what led us to, one of the things that features of the Monarch tractor is the applicability for sensors. So long story short, it was that kind of a background. I come from the aerospace automotive background, but then I've also been on the fields in Louisiana, in California, in India, indoor farming in Japan, and noticed a big gap on the equipment side that is accessible to everybody. Dr. Zachary Omohundro comes from the Carnegie Mellon Robotics Lab. He's worked a lot in automation, autonomy platforms, off-road, things like cave mining, etc. And then did a lot of electrification work. And again, was involved in the robotics applications in agriculture for the last 4 or 5 years. Mark Schwager comes from the Tesla manufacturing background. He was there in Tesla from 2010 to 2015 when they were starting to scale up their manufacturing. So he has experience in taking technology and building it at scale with high quality and high robustness. Carlo Mondavi is a well-known name. Carlo has been instrumental in kind of highlighting what the farming challenges are and also the roadblocks between farm operations today, sustainability, and farm economics. And his voice is instrumental in kind of bringing all of those three together. Chris comes from the data automation side. Chris spent a lifetime at HP data automation, and then was leading up all of their HP Hewlett-Packard's research efforts out in Singapore for their whole Asia Pacific region. So his main focus is how do we manage and automate data, not just the collection side of it, but also the analysis and insights, and then again, deploying those insights back to the consumer. So with this kind of experience, we brought all these different elements to create the Monarch tractor. But again, if you look at what the challenges are, like I talked about the example I had of like where we were talking to this grape grower in Central California and collecting that data, a huge portion of that project cost, almost 70% of that project cost, was automating the platform to go out and collect the data. Another 20% of the cost was just labor in terms of managing the data collection process and also the post data analysis. And it was only the last 10% that is really, at least in that specific project, applicability about the sensor side and the actual applying the insight side of things. So our whole thesis is if we can automate the data collection reliably, and if we can automate the infrastructure side, both from the sensors and the platform that you need to collect it, store the data, then we can really accelerate the process of gathering insights and then deploying those insights into actions for farmers to start taking some actions. And this becomes much more problematic as the scale of the farm increases. The customer that I'm talking about, the farmer in Central California, they had like thousands of acres. So obviously, these costs play a role in how much data they're willing to collect and where they can collect the data, and the effort that we need to do is limited.
Actually, with COVID, there's a lot of safety concerns around having labor out in the field, and automating that operation allows people to be able to be at least at greater distances, if not out of any sort of dangerous situation.
Hey, Praveen and Kelsey, we're having a little trouble hearing you. There's some inconsistency with the connection. And Kelsey, can you get closer to the mic, please?
Absolutely.
If it happens again, Eric, just yell into an platform. That's it. You might then figure out the energy equation. Like, do we start adding batteries and power converters? We started adding storage. Very often the spectral data, the hyperspectral data, or the sensor data that you're trying to collect also needs other context. So for example, where exactly in the field did you collect it? What were the other conditions, whether it's weather, the moisture, etc. So we started adding all of these sensors, and very quickly, the machine cost becomes very, very high. So that's one of the big challenges. And also going is a big challenge because of all the reasons that I just mentioned. If you create a custom platform, so now again, the capital investment is going into creating a platform for the data collection, not the data collection itself. So that again limits the number of people who are willing to try it out. It's also hard to get the costs on these custom platforms down. If you build a one-off of anything, it's going to be very expensive. And we did both of those at my previous company. We did custom robots to collect data, and then we tried to attach these things to existing tractors and ran into major challenges. So what was actually needed is a next generation platform. Something that is already out there doing operations so that we can then collect data while we are doing these operations. And the best data collector is the tractor because it's already out there for most of your operations. So then the challenge is how can we make it sustainable? So an all-electric tractor helps us not just from the emission side, but also that we can provide power for all of these sensors and computers and data storage devices and connectivity. So it makes a lot of sense if you think of a tractor not just as a tractor, but also as a data collection device. And also you have to keep in mind when you're collecting sensor data, you're doing it at a very slow rate sometimes. The speed of the tractor is determined by the data collection requirements. Very often you're idling. These are all things that diesel tractors are not ideal for. whereas an electric tractor makes a lot of sense from that standpoint. If you look at a lot of the robots, they're all electric because the electric power can be used for a number of other uses, including powering sensors and computers like I just talked about. But also the fact that our tractor is automated has two big game-changing elements to it. It reduces your labor cost when the tractor is doing this operation, whether it's data collection or an actual operation like a spraying, mowing, etc. But the second big thing is the sensors that we use for automating the tractor can also provide contextual data to your additional sensors. So for example, if you have a hyperspectral data, the GPS sensor that we have, the camera sensors that we have can provide additional layers of contextual data for researchers to analyze, all in one consolidated package. So the sensors that we're using have a dual purpose, which again increases the value of the platform, and the data collection costs come down significantly due to that. The other advantage is the fact that since it's a tractor and it does everything a tractor does, while you're doing these operations, being able to collect the data has an additional advantage as well. So you're not paying for this tractor to be out there running to collect data. You can do it while you're doing certain operations in cases, if that makes it feasible. It depends on the kind of data that you're collecting, the kind of sensors, the timing, etc. But having that option is super helpful. At the end of the day, the Monarch tractor was designed from the ground up, driver optional tractor that does everything your existing tractor does, or from the hours of usage standpoint. So you can take your existing implements, attach it, and immediately get the benefits of electric plus labor savings plus data collection all at the same time. And we'll show you some videos to kind of highlight the use cases of our tractor. From an efficiency standpoint, again, this tractor is, for us, seen as a global platform. The reason why we made it a 40 to 70 horsepower tractor is we want this tractor to go all over the world. And with it being all electric, we have a battery swap card to allow it to have 24-hour operations. For operations like spraying, etc., being able to remove the driver from the field has a huge number of advantages. Moving there's tractor safety issues. There's also exposure to all the spray elements that sometimes are not good for the drivers. But apart from that, the data that we collect on the to the canopy gives us a full 360-degree view. It's like you being able to scout each and every row of your vineyard every time a tractor goes out. And for you to see that through a phone or an iPad or a computer is hugely powerful. But more importantly, we can use that visual data and share that with researchers if the farmer so wants, to gain additional insights in terms of identifying pests, identifying things that the farmer needs to react to. And the faster we can react, the better off the yields are going to be. So our tractor, since it's out there doing all these operations anyways, and we're looking at all this data and we can compare A to B all the time, there's the potential for faster reaction times without you sending out scouts all the time. And it's only going to get better from the AI side and from the data collection side. Again, our tractor I've talked about a lot of these elements, but I'll focus on one thing. The one thing is we have both power and data interface ports on the tractor. So for example, we have made it very easy for you to deploy a variety of sensors just by attaching it to our roof. There's a power connection right there. There's a data connection right there. So, and we have an open API, an interface to kind of allow you to collect the data. It's as easy as doing that. And then immediately the data collection happens when the tractor goes out. It's stored out in our cloud, and then we share it with the people that you want to share it with. So making it as easy as possible reduces the cost of this data collection. I'll use a very different example. We were talking to a soil sampling company out of the Midwest. huge acreage. And right now they were doing these sensors behind pickup trucks and ATVs. It's an $80,000 soil sampling sensor. But once they talked to us, they figured out that a lot of the features on their implement are actually already on our tractor. So they were able to bring that soil sampling sensor cost, the device, right? This whole thing that's on wheels that goes behind an ATV or a pickup truck down significantly. It came down from $80,000 to a little over $30,000 because they were using our GPS, our computers, our storage, our connectivity, our cameras. And not only that, now you don't have an ATV driver or a pickup truck driver, so they could actually collect more samples in a controlled manner and not have issues with data collection. So the moment there's a human in the loop, you have to make sure that there's no errors on the data side if they're logging data. So that's a great example of how Monarch can act to increase data collection. And again, the sooner you have these sensors out there to identify what's happening out in the fields, the sooner you can react to them. And the great thing about the tractor platform is it's not just the data collection and the analysis that we have spent a lot of time talking about. The great thing is also the reports can be automated with insight engines that we collaborate with researchers on. But we can also apply the, whatever the right fungicides are, or the pesticides are in an automated and controlled manner. So the tractor already, these elements were identified on the field. For us to be very precise about the application of that is also hugely powerful. So if we have a sprayer in the back of our tractor, the sprayer is completely controlled by software, which means once your tractor driver has trained it, we can apply the remedies through our tractor in a controlled manner with preset settings. So you're not dependent on the tractor driver just trying to get it done as soon as possible. Hugely powerful in terms of not just data collection, analysis, and reporting, but also in terms of actionable in intelligence, right? We can take the remedies also into account. So again, these are the kind of heat maps that we are currently working on of like, again, a lot of the thresholds and the baselines can be set up by the farmers. You get to decide what you want to do and how you want to apply it based on the micro weather conditions. We have a micro weather station on the tractor. We have full cameras. We know the speed of the tractor and the GPS location, and we tag each and every plant on your map as we go through it and create a map like this. So using all of this data, the farmer can then start to overlay additional layers of data, whether it's satellite imagery, drone imagery, or hyperspectral data, contextually, and then select the remedies that they want to apply. The fact that we have cameras, high resolution cameras all the way from the bottom of the root layer, because we have cameras on the side of the tractor, so we can see the root layer as we go through the vineyard rows, all the way to we have the tractor roof provides sensors on top, so we can see what's going on at different layers inside your vineyard rows. That also allows us to not just map where your vines are, but also get imagery on what the conditions of the leaves look like, what's going on out there. We can identify, we have identified actually while we are doing testing, like animals running through the vineyards, our cameras catch it, and they're like, they have an ID saying, hey, there's an identified object here. And now we are training them on different kinds of animals. So those are the kind of things that are possibilities. At the end of the day, the tractor for us is a platform. And we are not going to be able to do all the things that we talked about here. So it's very much a platform solution. So we are working with app companies, we are working with researchers, implement companies, and drone and satellite companies on how can we all work together to provide these different data layers and actionable insights, for the farmers, so that it's very easier to parse through the data. I know that all of us are getting inundated with data these days. The challenge is how do we convert that into almost an automated, actionable insight so that you can react very quickly. I'll pause there for a second before we go to questions. Kelsey, let's share the video. Is there anything else you want to talk about while I while we get the video going?
Yeah, I think even just jumping back to this very quickly on the hub of new technology, I think there's been some great opportunities that we've had with some of these folks like On Target, which you'll see in the video that we're showing, where we're able to provide more efficiency in the spray that you're using. So being able to shut off if you're in a gapped area, that the implement is actually being automated as well. It's not just the tractor, that we're able to really have that precise application. And like Praveen was saying, data collection is really something, one of my favorite things I heard was data's like garbage. If you're going to collect it, you better know what you're going to do with it. And there's a lot of people who are already funneling out data in really meaningful manners that you may already be using some of these app companies. And so we want to provide a platform that you're going to be able to integrate into your system already. And this tractor, at the end of the day, you can drive it, you can have it go through the roads autonomously, and you can use a lot of the same systems that you already have. So it should be a seamless transition to some of these future technologies that are coming out as well. And then I'll jump over to the video as well, which we'll run through a little bit more.
Yeah, while Kelsey's queuing up the video, we also want to emphasize two things. One is all the data belongs to the farmer. It's only with their permission that it's shared with any of the partners that they want to share with. We can make some recommendations. But also the second thing is it's an open system on our side. Like even on the cloud interfaces, right, where we want to enable an ecosystem where researchers who have developed insight engines can run their black box model. So we don't know how exactly the insight engine runs. We will give them cloud access to the data, using standard interfaces. They run the insights, provide the actions back to the tractor. So we're closing the loop all the way from data collection to the tractor making an operational change out in the vineyards. And we're doing that in an open partnership kind of an ecosystem, all the way from the data layer to the implement partnerships that we have.
Can you guys see all this?
Can you guys see the video?
No, I don't think it's playing.
We've got the video up. It's just not actually playing.
Okay. Hang on, let's try it again. We've had this problem with the Zoom. We need to make it smaller and then play it inside the window. Yeah, we'll make it a little smaller. We'll pick this window. Okay, let's try this again. Off my sharing. Okay, can you guys see the video now with the Monarch logo on it? Eric?
Yes. Is it? I'm not sure. It's like, yeah, it looks like it's.
Yeah, now we're going to play it. It should play now.
Oh, yeah, we got it. Thank you.
Yeah, that's a quick marketing video of like all our tractor features. I'm going to play it again, but pause and kind of walk through why it is of importance for us today. I mean, our tractor has these features where the tractor can actually follow a person in a row. So why is that important? Is to a few researchers and data collectors out in the field, and one of the things that they talk about is lugging some of the equipment that needs to be powered. They need to jump off the ATV, go to the plant, like collect the data, take the pictures, collect the soil, back to the follows you, and is acts like a mobile generator as well. We have power plugs there. You can just plug in. We have a space in the front space while the tractor follows you. So it's those kind of feature sets that really make it powerful. And again, you'll see on this tractor, you can see the wind speed monitor on top. You can see our dual connectivity. One of the reasons we are having challenges today with our connectivity is both Kelsey and I are actually at Vineyards in Livermore. We are out in the field. We're doing a demo in another half hour. And we lost, the tractor still works and the demo still works because we have kind of spent a lot of time thinking about not just the data collection side, but also how do we put that data from our tractor, which has huge amounts of onboard storage, back to the cloud. So all of these things that happen in farming on a daily basis, our tractor is designed to react to. So it makes it a lot easier for you not just to use the tractor for day-to-day operations, but also for the data collection and the automation and data analysis side of things. And again, while you're doing operations, being able to collect this data is of huge importance as well. And the fact that it's a tractor means you don't need to train you don't need to hire a software engineer, you don't need to hire a mechanical engineer. A tractor driver can jump on and drive this tractor just like a normal tractor. In fact, it's easier to drive than any other tractor out there. Comes with all the safety elements that you think about. Because we know that the tractor's design is going to be around people. So we identify not just people, but also animals and pests. And again, very precise location inside these rows. If you watch here carefully, you'll notice the tractor is actually following the person inside of this row. That's how precise our control system is on the tractor. So I'll pause there. And happy to answer any questions. I'll go back to the presentation.
Thank you very much for that, Praveen and Kelsey. Really, really cool stuff. We'll wait for the questions to populate. I've got one kind of off the top. I've seen the tractor and I really like the potential for the tractor. One of the limitations that I noticed was just the size of the tractor in terms of hillside safety and then the horsepower. And I'm curious about efforts underway to make the units more robust and correspondingly more utilitarian for growers.
Exactly. That's a great question. That's a great question, Eric. On our side, one thing that we do want to mention is, don't be surprised by the size of the tractor. We have actually gone to great lengths to challenge our technical team to come up with a higher horsepower tractor, platform. So even though the width of the tractor is under 1.1 meter, focused a lot on as being electric. So that's one big part. The second big part is when it comes to hillside terrains and stuff, that's actually some of the testing that we're doing constantly. Is we have built our own test track, rock track with hilly terrain. And on rollover testing, because of the weight of our batteries all the way in the front and all the way down compared to a diesel engine, our tractor can go up to like 40-degree side slope inclines before it actually rolls over. It's mind blowing. We did a test against, a normal tractor, and we did the tipping test and just how far it could go because of our low CG. One of the questions from Jeff Nelson was battery life in CG. Is that makes it a lot more, stable, number one. Number two, Eric, is also we have a lot of electronics on the tractor. We have sensors that tell us what the pitch of the tractor is, what the roll of the tractor is. So that allows us to control the electric motor and cut power. So it's a little bit like your stability control system or the hill descent control system on the new pickup trucks that you see. Is because of the electronics and the sensors and the controls we have, we can actually put in features into a compact tractor that do not exist anywhere in the world today. So, but that being said, we take the robustness of the tractor very seriously, which is why we have not even launched the company until this week. Is we were constantly testing at Vineyards and in all kinds of terrains and muddy conditions. And we have built our own test track inside a Vineyard to challenge it even more. And we'll continue to do this all the way into the second half of next year before we start commercial deliveries to farmers. So rest assured, we are working on it. And also we have big plans with some of the larger tractor manufacturers to bring in, to increase the horsepower and torque of our tractor even more. It's already 2x the torque of a compact tractor, but we're already working on one step higher. But we've also gotten requests for tractors one step smaller. So those are both products that we're looking at. And Jeff asked about,
Thank you.
Battery life. Yeah. The thing is, we're taking advantage of all the battery research that has gone in on the automotive and aerospace side. So with that in mind, and we understand that tractors are 10 to 20 year lifespans, right? These are not consumer electronics devices. So right from day one, what we have done is we have put a very large battery into the tractor, and we don't stress it that much. That was intentional on our side. So what that means is we get a long life on the battery. So we're looking at, even if you use it on a daily basis, you charge it completely and discharge it completely every day of the year, we are looking at like a 10-year life cycle. In a normal use case, we are looking at like 15 plus years of our battery system being there with the tractor. So that is a part of our technology and a part of our design from day one. And how we went about it is part of our proprietary intellectual property of the solution.
And I'll jump in on a couple of these other questions. So I know Brittany was asking about demos, and I'm thrilled that we've launched the tractor as of Tuesday. And so you can head to our website and actually schedule a demo. We've got a lot of them rolling in, and we are doing demos even in that kind of pilot series phase that Praveen was talking about. So before the production series, we will take our tractors out. We will bring them out to the farm and really be able to show you them operating on your farm with your equipment, and be able to talk with our technical engineers as well to find out more about all these different specific features that Praveen's talking about.
And I'll take Andrew's question. We already have the gyroscopic sensors, Andrew. In fact, on our data screen on the tractor, you can see what the pitch and rollover angles are, constantly updated in milliseconds. And then we use that data to react and control our electric motor. On the optical sensors for terrain, that part we are still working on because that requires a lot more training with the camera data. But that's something that we can definitely do. We have the hardware for. The software team is working on those kind of features from a safety standpoint. We currently use the camera data to provide PTO safety, for example. So if you actually step into the PTO side when the PTO is running, if it sees a person, it cuts power to the PTO. So we are doing those kind of features right now. But for terrain and to avoid rollover, we currently are using gyroscopes. Vision will be coming next. as a software update.
And I'll jump in on Jake here. So he's looking, can the tractor be driven remotely or manually as in addition to the automated program driving? So we actually have several different features on the automation side of things. The tractor can be driven just like a typical tractor. It is a driver optional. We wanted to make sure that that was an opportunity because a lot of people do have folks who have been driving their tractors for quite a while. And so it's an opportunity to train the tractor from your best tractor driver. So just how they would use it, how they would use the implements on the back. But then also because we do have the full automation capabilities and the tractor does map your field, you're able to use an onboard dashboard on your computer and schedule out what you're going to be doing as well. So there's several different layers of how you can work within this automated tractor system. And we wanted to be able to bridge the gap for anybody who's feeling kind of questionable because it is a large machine. But once you see it in action, there's really no concerns that we've seen. And it's been a great growing experience.
You can actually, if you hear the background noise, you can hear it running in the background. So with the driver on it.
Awesome. And the horsepower and size. So the horsepower, we have a 48 horsepower all day long. And then because we are electric, we're allowed the opportunity of up to peaks of up to 70 horsepower, which is really fantastic. And we're just improving that, like Praveen was saying. With the battery capacity that we have, we really are growing that out as well during this next year. Awesome. And Mary asking about if we have crawler capabilities. We don't currently have any crawler plans. We've been seeing a lot of really great opportunity with four-wheel drive. And again, because we have that low center of gravity, we've been able to have some really great tipping points. And so until we run those robustness tests, which we've seen really great results. And I know there's been a lot of conversations we've had with farmers around the pain and maintenance that is involved with crawlers. And that they would prefer to rent a crawler than to actually own a crawler. And we want people to own them on a tractor. So we're currently taking deposits right now as well on our website, which you'll see. And there are several options that we have, including front loaders, four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive, all sorts of different options. But right now we don't have crawler options. Awesome. Anybody else have any other questions?
Yeah. And Jacqueline had a great question about can a tractor sense wind speed and know to stop if the speeds are too high? That's exactly a feature that we currently showcase. Our tractor has both a wind speed, wind direction, and a micro weather station on the roof. So what that means is while you're doing an automated spray operation, depending on your settings as a farmer, we can actually control the sprayer. We can make adjustments to the speed of the tractor or the sprayer, or even stop and send you an alert and say wind speed is outside compliance requirements. How would you like to proceed? So that's actually a built-in feature today that we actually do live demos on, and we are seeing a lot of people asking for that feature.
And it's something that I think also makes sense with this audience as well. Even when we've been talking to our farmers, when we first started this over a year ago, talking to a large group of farmers to start, we had over 70% of farmers saying, I want to automate my spray operations. And we know that's for a multitude of reasons. So that became our first priority in what implement was going to be attached to the back.
And also keep in mind, your operations can now be really controlled. So with the labor challenges, you're looking at shift times, you're looking at night and day operations, overtime issues, shift breaks, all of those kind of things. With our automated tractor, you get the benefit of it running 24/7 almost with the battery swap. So, and also you get the precision that you don't get with a human driver sometimes. The human driver is incentivized to finish the operation, not to be perfect. The machine, you can control it and you can see what happened later on from a control standpoint. So those are the big advantages for operations and also for data collection. I mean, I sometimes send my engineers out for data collection. It's amazing how many times we would be like, hey, go back and do it again. Don't try to finish this job. The charging time is 4 to 5 hours from a fully depleted charge back to fully charged. 4 to 5 hours. If you have a welder in your barn, you can just plug a tractor into that same kind of 220 volt plug point. And we have a very large charger on board our tractor.
It's also a great thing when we're talking about the operation duration. So the 10 plus hours we can run with several really efficient implements. If you're doing some heavy tilling or something like that, it might maybe closer to that 6 to 8 range, Aaron. But also one thing to keep in mind, while we're able to have some of these variations that the tractor does remote back to, it's aware of its charge time, and we also have a swappable battery. So you can swap out the battery in the field with one person in under 10 minutes. So while it's the fully autonomous tractor, we also allow the opportunity to elevate some of your labor to be a fleet manager and be out in the field and make sure that there's enough solution in the sprayer and swap out batteries on a fleet of 4 or more tractors rather than just sitting on one and driving.
And also I'm seeing a lot of questions on the specifications of the tractor. We actually have a full spec sheet. If you can just shoot us an email or reach out through Eric, we'll send you a full detailed spec sheet and even a comparison between other compact tractors and the Monarch tractor and how we compare apples to apples.
I highly recommend checking out our new website that does have the full spec sheet. And if you go to either the demos and request a demo or any of those different locations where you can contact, it's going to come directly to us as well. So on the marketing side, I am on all those email chains and would be happy to connect you if you have any follow-up questions for Praveen and aren't able to take down his email from here. Definitely reach out there and we'll connect.
Very cool, guys. Thank you very much. And, we look forward to watching your technology continue to develop. And I encourage everybody out there to seriously consider, adopting one or multiple of these units into your fleet, getting in line, because they are the future of what we're doing. I'm certain of this, and
And Eric, thanks a lot for that. And also thanks a lot for having us here today. And one of the things that I want to mention is if you go to our website, monarchtractor.com, you can reserve a tractor on our website. And not just that, what we are noticing from all the farmers that we're talking to and we're doing live demos with is for every hour you run our tractor, you are going to be saving roughly $20 an hour while being electric and sustainable. I mean, that's the kind of savings that are game changers for our farm economics at the end of the day. So something to keep in mind, and would love to chat with any of your membership if they have additional questions.
Yeah, the carbon piece of life, that's something we focused on, global climate change, global warming, and carbon in this series of training specifically, and how those factors apply to pest management, sort of loosely. But that that's going to be a factor of more importance every day for everybody working in agriculture forever. And there's definitely an opportunity with technology like this to get in front of it. And so thanks for touching on that, Praveen. If you, I know you may have to move on, but if Kelsey, you don't mind hanging out for a minute just to field any additional questions in the chat. Thank you guys both, and have wonderful holidays. And during the period between now and our next speaker, I'm going to sing Christmas carols for everybody listening. So put up your requests in the chat feature, okay? I'm not going to have background music. It's just going to be me singing solo. I'm just kidding. We do have a few minutes before our next speaker, Wesley, is queued up. So take a minute and throw questions at Kelsey. If your questions are answered, then take a little break, grab some coffee, and come back and see us in about 10 minutes. Thank you. All right, everybody grab a seat back in front of the computer. Hopefully you can hear me. We're going to get rolling again in approximately 3 minutes. I can see Wesley is with us, and Ugo's working with him to get queued up. Hey there, Wesley. How are you, man?
Not too bad. Not too bad at all.
Thank you for joining us from
Thanks for the invite.
Are you in Vancouver or where are you?
I'm in
Okay.
Kelowna, actually.
Kelowna,
So
oh, nice.
about 5 hours north.
Gorgeous country.
I've got a map on my second slide, so you'll see where I'm talking from.
Cool. Well, do you want to get your slides up there and we'll get everything kind of primed and then we'll
Yeah, sure.
pull the
I can
trigger.
do that. Let me see here.
Hey, Eric, I just wanted to remind everyone that we did not launch a poll for the tractor presentation, and we will be resuming polls on with Wesley's presentation. And also to remind people, if anyone needs CCA hours, to let me know. Either shoot me an email with your license or contact me. If you don't need CCA, if it's just for DPR, you don't need to email me your license number. So just the CCA people, please contact me.
All right, yeah, following up on that, thank you, Ugo. We were unsuccessful in our bid to get another half hour during last week's presentation, and then also unsuccessful with our bid to get a full hour for the presentation before that. We have been in communication with DPR though, and we're clear on everything at this point, I guess, to a degree. You know, and we apologize that we were not able to get those hours approved, but confident that next year we can climb through the hoops if they don't get any smaller more easily and give you that full 40. Again, we hope the content justifies your time. We know the hours are important, but I think we think the learning is as important, if not more important. So so yeah, update there. I want to give a shout out to our sponsors again: Martinez Orchards and Vineyards, Cortiva Agriscience, Wilbur Ellis, and Wonderful Nurseries. You know, all wonderful. I keep saying that. Businesses who do a lot to support our day-to-day operations as vineyard operators, growers, etc. And so please, you know, think of each of them as you are moving forward with your needs. I will now read verbatim the introduction bio I have for Dr. Zandberg, who is moments away from getting started on his presentation. Dr. Zandberg, Wesley Zandberg, is currently with the University of British Columbia. He earned his PhD from Simon Fraser University, focusing his studies on the enzymes that break complex carbohydrates apart into similar pieces. In contrast, his postdoctoral research, also done at SFU, was focused on studying enzymes that have the opposite function, chemically stitching simple sugars together to make the astonishingly diverse array of larger carbohydrate polymers found in nature. Over the course of this research, it became increasingly apparent that better tools for carbohydrate analysis were urgently needed. And when West began his independent research career at the University of British Columbia in 2015, he set about building a glycoanalytical chemistry lab. Today, the students in the Zandberg lab are busy devising new methods to permit the accurate and precise analysis of how microbes make or break apart complex carbohydrates. Whether these are trillions of bacteria living on the mucosal surfaces of a body, bacteria required for the production of fermented dairy products, pathogenic fungi present on plant tissues, or, of course, yeasts inside the fermentation tank. The title of his presentation is Prophylactic Remedies for Smoke Taint. Please proceed, Wes.
Okay, thank you, Eric. I actually changed the title. I should have updated you. Can everyone see my slides okay? Is that good?
Yeah, we're good. Thank you very much. And sorry for not recognizing that.
No, that's okay.
Still pretty close.
So I at last minute changed the title to make a talk that I thought would be maybe more appropriate for this audience. And so today I'm going to talk about horticulture sprays or agriculture sprays and how it may make smoke taint better or worse. Smoke taint being the phenomenon of producing smoky flavored or aroma wine from grapes that have been exposed to forest fire smoke. So as Eric mentioned, I am from the University of British Columbia. British Columbia is Canada's westernmost province. It's located immediately north of Washington and Idaho State. Actually, at the University of British Columbia, UBC is actually spread across 2 cities in BC. Our older major campus is found in Vancouver, just north of the border. And we have a smaller, younger campus in Kelowna, British Columbia, which is located in the heart of British Columbia's Okanagan Valley. I am also, in addition to being a member of UBC Okanagan's chemistry department, am a member of the Wine Research Center, which is spread across both campuses. And there's a very important reason for that, and that is because Kelowna in Okanagan Valley is located right in the heart of one of Canada's major wine producing regions. And you can see an image taken about 20 minutes away from my campus right here. Unfortunately, like California and Australia and Chile, BC is increasingly looking like this during the summers as forest fires become more and more frequent. In fact, they're becoming so frequent that one local winery owner was quoted in the press as saying, remove this, that it so happens that in the Okanagan, part of our terroir is smoke. I certainly hope not, and I have embarked about 5 years ago now on a research program that is trying to do our best to make sure that our terroir is not known as smoky. So as Eric mentioned, my lab is actually an analytical chemistry lab, and more specifically, we use analytical chemistry to study glycoscience, and we actually work in 4 major areas. The big 2 right now are microbial infections on mucosal surfaces, so this is the airway and the lungs. We look at milk and infant formulas and how that's digested by the humans or by animals. We have some work starting up on how pathogens, fungi attack the cell wall of grapes or flax and other plants. And of course, we do a fair bit of work on wine aroma and taints. And what unites all of these different things is that in each case, what we're interested in doing is making the tools needed to study how different microbes break apart complicated carbohydrates. And in these images here, each little different colored symbol represents a different sugar that's chemically linked together that needs to be broken apart by microbes. And today we're just going to focus on wine aromas, more specifically wine taints. Okay, so I'd like to start off with the question of what is wine actually? How does an analytical chemist actually perceive wine? And I got this analogy from a fairly well-known wine chemistry textbook by Andrew Waterhouse at Davis. And according to Waterhouse, wine is a mildly acidic solution of about 97% water and ethanol. This is an incredibly boring definition of wine. Actually, it's the 3% everything else of wine that makes wine unique. That makes the difference between a boxed wine or a $100 bottle of Merlot. And so this 3% everything else is actually quite a large range of different compounds. And this pie chart is trying to illustrate that. So we have thousands, if not tens of thousands of different compounds in a glass of wine, making up this 3% sliver. And what's important to my talk is to realize that it's not the absolute concentration of any one thing in this everything else that makes wine good wine or a bad wine. It's the relative levels of everything here, not one thing in isolation. And this is something we're coming to appreciate also when it comes to smoke taint. So actually, when it comes to smoke taint, the relevant slice of the everything else pie actually is a class of compounds known as volatile phenols. These are different than the polyphenols that are responsible for the pigment of wine or its astringency or things like that. These phenols are actually quite low boiling. They evaporate at reasonably low temperatures, and we can perceive them with our sense of smell. Also notice that this sliver is not drawn to scale. Volatile phenols are very, very small in terms of their concentration, but they have a big impact on the aroma of wine. And this is what they look like, or at least some of them look like. So volatile phenols may be produced from burning lignin. In other words, by burning trees and grass and things like that. They all share a common phenol group. Phenol is of course, maybe a disinfectant that people are familiar with. It's certainly used quite a bit in hospitals, which is responsible for the sort of hospital-like aroma of hospitals. Unlike phenol itself, though, these phenol derivatives do not have that sort of sweet disinfectant smell. They have some quite awful smells ranging from ashy to smoky. Some like 4-ethyl guaiacol and 4-ethyl phenol are known as barnyard-like aromas, and some like syringol are known as medicinal or bandage-like aromas. Important thing to note is that very, very low concentrations of these volatile phenols are perceptible by our sense of smell. And in most of my talk today, I will just be focusing on this one here, guaiacol, for simplicity, although a lot of the analysis that we've done has focused on, of course, these and even more. So the chemistry of smoky aroma is reasonably well known from other foods like smoked meats or whiskeys and things like that. And we even know in large part the compounds thought to be responsible for this. So what's the problem as far as the wine industry is concerned? If you have a crop that's exposed to smoke, simply test for these volatile phenols and then based on those tests decide to call crop insurance or not. But there's some major difficulties in accurately predicting how smoke exposure of grapes actually affects subsequent wine quality. And I'm going to list 4 of these right now. The first one is that volatile phenols are not stored as volatile phenols in grapes. They're actually combined with the sugar in grapes by enzymes to make these sugar-linked forms of these volatile phenols, shown here for glucose and guaiacol. These sugar-bound forms are, in the literature, they're commonly called glycosides, and I may use the term in this talk. So a glycoside is a sugar linked to something else. And what's important about these is that these behave like sugars mostly. We can't smell them. They're sticky, they're syrupy, they're water soluble. They're just sort of hanging out in the grape, and they're undetectable by GCMS, gas chromatography mass spectrometry, which is the main way we would test analytically for the presence of a free volatile phenol. Not only that, but grapes don't just stop at adding one sugar to one particular volatile phenol. They add a whole bunch of different sugars to create a whole array of different glycosides that make it very, very difficult to actually know what to test for. And again, keep in mind, we cannot very easily perceive these with our sense of smell. There's some debate whether we can taste them, but smell, not really. And that would be good. If they just hung out in the grape and the wine as these glycosides, there'd be no problem with smoke taint. The big issue is that, like other aroma compounds in grapes that might be pleasing to our senses, enzymes in yeast are able to break the sugar volatile phenol bond to release free perceptible volatile phenol in the wine made from grapes where there was no obvious odor present, which means wineries need to harvest and ferment smoke-exposed grapes at risk if we don't know what these levels are. Finally, to really make things complicated, some grapes like Shiraz naturally produce very high levels of volatile phenols. So they're not only originating from outside the grape. And also, actually, the wine industry spends quite a bit of money every year on oak barrels that are lightly toasted. And we know that these oak barrels release volatile phenols into the wine, and nobody has a problem there. And so it's, again, coming back to that early pie graph that I showed, that suggests that it's the relative levels of these things that we have to be concerned about, not just the absolute concentration of something. So when I got involved with this work about 5 years ago now, my first PhD student, Matthew Newstaden, and I set out to develop what we thought would be the best and most accurate analytical method for detecting these volatile phenols in grapes and wine samples. And so, as I mentioned, the free phenol here, guaiacol, is reasonably low boiling, so we can smell it, and we can also detect it by sensitive analytical instruments like gas chromatography and mass spectrometry. However, the potential aroma, these glycosides over here, we can't detect by GCMS, but we reasoned that if we boil these samples in acid, we can break apart the bond between this sugar and this volatile phenol, much like yeast enzymes are capable of doing in the fermentation tank. And so each sample, then we would make two measurements of, one measurement of just free guaiacol and one measurement after acid digestion to give us the total bound guaiacol and free guaiacol. And of course, the difference between these two measurements would just be the potential to produce a smoke-tainted wine. So Matthew was very diligent, and he basically scoured the literature that was available, and we optimized every part of our analytical method, from the sample preparation to the detection and analysis afterwards. And we think we published what's one of the best, most accurate methods in the business. There's other labs who have also produced their own methods. They're all slightly different. I don't have time to talk today about some international interlab validation work that we're doing, but maybe in the discussion afterwards, if anyone's interested, I can share about that. But I want to move on to a lot of the field work that we've been doing, and with an accurate analytical method in hand, we set out to investigate how exogenous volatile phenols are metabolized by either grapes or by yeast. And so what is required for this kind of work, of course, is an accurate way of creating a forest fire in an actual working vineyard. A lot of the literature that was available when we started this work, I sometimes call it ambulance chasing. And what I mean by that is a vineyard somewhere in Australia maybe was exposed to smoke, and they called up some researchers who went over there, collected the fruit, did some tests, maybe some fermentations, but there was never a matched control. A few instances, yes, but the majority of papers, we didn't have matched fruit that was not exposed to smoke. And so we thought it was really important to have a matched control for our experiments, and this is what we came up with. So Matt, Dr. Eric Dennis, and I would build a PVC pipe frame over a row of vines in a vineyard. And this would be covered with plastic that could be sealed up with tape to make it as gas tight as possible. Smoke would be produced in a commercial salmon smoker, basically. And then at the back, we had heating ducting with an inline fan to blow smoke from the smoker into our smoking enclosure. And notice at the back here, we have a very tall chimney, as tall as we could practically make it, so that that as much as we could, smoke was blown away from the vines here to, of course, protect our collaborators' crops and also to prevent us from contaminating our control vines, of course. We debated quite a bit about fuel sources. Much of the pioneering work done in this area has come out of Australia, where they've used barley straw as a fuel source. And this is because in Australia, first of all, they suffer from more frequent grass fires than we do, at least in BC. And also because it's a nice homogeneous fuel source that gives a nice even burn. There were some papers out there that used wood chips that comes from the center of a tree, but we decided not to use wood chips. And if you look at this image of a ponderosa pine forest, like the kind we have in Kelowna, BC, you can see that in most forest fire events, what's burned is the bark of the trees, small twigs, needles, and of course the soil organic matter here. The hardwood inside this tree is largely untouched. So we think that what you use as a fuel source needs to be as regionally relevant as possible. And as evidence in support of this claim, you can see the suite of volatile phenols that we get in grapes exposed to ponderosa pine smoke. So this would be from our amalgamated mixture of fuels. And then this pie chart here is from an Australian study published some years ago where they used a different species of pine, and you can see quite a different profile of volatile phenols in those grapes. So in this kind of work, it's really quite important to be very clear about what fuel source you use. So we did many different field studies. I'll just touch on one right now, and then we'll get into the crop protection, which is where I'd like to end. So here's some representative data, again, just showing guaiacol, one of the worst volatile phenols. So this is representative data from 3 field studies conducted in the same year at 3 different vineyards. So vineyard 1, 2, and 3. And at each vineyard, we had some smoked grapes, and then we had nearby some matched controls. And we also collected berries, so ripe grapes at harvest, and then made wine from these ripe grapes and tracked volatile phenols, both the free and the bound forms, through this whole process. So this image right here is just showing you the median levels of the free guaiacol present in the grapes or the wine from these 3 different sites in the Okanagan Valley. And just focus on Vineyard 3 for the moment. What we can see is that in control berries, there's no guaiacol at all present, at least in Vineyard 3, and there's quite a bit more, obviously, in the smoked samples. And when we make wine from this fruit, we see that there's a lot more free guaiacol that we can perceive by smell and GC mass spec in the wine produced from smoked berries. Interestingly, there's a little bit in non-smoked berries as well, but this increase in guaiacol suggests that there's some of this volatile phenol that's been biochemically stored inside the grape. And so, being actually a carbohydrate chemist, we set out to actually see how, in fact, these things were chemically stored in grapes and then transformed by the yeast. So my postdoc, Dr. Eric Dennis, hit the chemistry lab, and he synthesized over 20 combinations of volatile phenols and simple sugars. And this was to enable their direct detection by a technique called liquid chromatography mass spectrometry. And so we developed very sensitive LC-MS methods, direct methods, for these volatile phenol glycosides. In fact, our methods were over 1,000 times more sensitive than they needed to be to detect the putative volatile phenols that we thought were in the wines after boiling our sample in acid and then testing by GCMS. We also used this suite of 20 standards to develop very, very efficient extraction procedures so that we could effectively recover 100% of the volatile phenol glycosides that were actually deliberately added to juice or to wine samples. So we know we have very sensitive methods, very good extraction conditions, and then we went hunting for VP glycosides in smoke-exposed grapes and wine. And we found some, but only a tiny fraction of what was actually released during fermentation. And so something interesting was going on here, and I want to show it with this image here. This is again guaiacol. So just actually focus on the wine results for now. So here we have wine made from control grapes versus smoke-exposed ones that have been subjected to our acid hydrolysis procedure that should give us the total guaiacol that's in that sample. Before this work, we thought it was all simple sugar-bound forms. However, if we do the acid hydrolysis after using our very efficient extraction procedures, we see that there's some missing mass. At least half of the guaiacol present in these smoke-exposed grapes is not a simple glycoside. So it is, of course, accessed by the yeast during fermentation, but at the moment, we don't know what it is. And so I'll come back to that a little bit at the end of my talk. Right now, I'd like to finish by talking about crop protection, because of an ounce of protection is worth a pound of cure. And so we thought, well, regardless of how they're stored, how these VPs are stored, how can we keep them out of grapes? And so one report, it was actually published as a government report by Kristen Kennison over a decade ago. And it was shown in this report that if you took a solvent, an organic solvent, and you stripped the waxy cuticle off the surface of a grape, they were much more prone to accumulating guaiacol inside the grape tissue after smoke exposure. And we thought, well, interesting. I wonder if commonly used viticulture sprays could make smoke taint worse, either because they're sticky themselves, like the volatile phenols, so smoke-derived phenols actually stick more to the surface of the grape, or because they maybe strip away this cuticle and make grapes more sensitive. On the flip side of that equation, we thought, well, yeah, you could actually think of these agriculture sprays as basically nail polish on a grape. They're a protective coat that keeps stuff from actually going into the grape, and eventually it's just washed off due to rain or irrigation or something like that. So we had these two different ideas that we were going to test in field studies in 2018. And we actually got our hands on 3 different agriculture sprays that had been approved, 2 for use in the wine industry. I'm not sure if these are used in Napa, but these 2 products here, Pure Spray, which is petroleum derived, or Timurex Gold, which comes from a tea tree oil, are both used in the Okanagan Valley as organic alternatives to chemical fungicides. And in both cases, in particular the Pure Spray, they're meant to coat grapes and smother powdery mildew and things underneath. We also got our hands on this product that's called Parka, and it's meant to seal off ripening cherries and blueberries to prevent them from cracking after exposure to rain, which would make them unsellable. So we had these 3 sprays that we were going to test in field trials. And again, I'll just show guaiacol data, and I'd like you to walk you through our study design first. So these were 3 different field trials. I'm just showing the data from the Parka spray because the Parka we think worked. I'll give it away. So we sprayed grapes basically at veraison, as assessed by viticulture staff, vineyard staff. And then 7 days after that, 1 week after that, we harvested a bunch of grapes for analysis using our GCMS method. And then immediately after taking a sample, we enclosed them in our smoking tent, exposed them to smoke for 1 hour. And then immediately, as fast as I could get my students under that tent, they sampled it again and put the grapes on ice. And we took them back to the lab. 9 days after spraying the grapes, and 2 days after the first smoke exposure, we exposed them to smoke again to do our best to simulate chronic smoke exposure. And then finally, we took a sample from these grapes at commercial maturity as assessed by vineyard staff. And so in each case, we analyzed 7 different vines per condition. And this is what our data looked like. So remember, blue is the amount of volatile phenol detectable after acid hydrolysis. This is what we think is the total in the grape. And gray is just the free form that we can perceive by smell. So things are pretty boring before smoke exposure. There's no real difference between these grapes. The sprays do nothing. After smoke exposure, in less than an hour, we see very high levels of guaiacol. In fact, the levels of free and bound guaiacol are indistinguishable, suggesting that it actually hasn't even gotten into the grape yet to be transformed as simple glycoside. Notice, however, there's much less guaiacol present in the grapes that have been protected by the Parka spray, suggesting that they're less sticky. I'll come back to that in a second. Interestingly, if we expose them to smoke 2 days later, we see that the two smoke exposures aren't additive. Something interesting is going on here. Either this smoke, these volatile phenols here are transformed into a form that's not detectable here, or something else is going on. I think it's transformed, and there's some evidence out of Australia that there's an in-between form between free phenol and simple glycoside. However, whatever the case may be, biochemically, we can see that at harvest, importantly, there's no free guaiacol left in the protected crop. There's a little bit of the bound form, but it's significantly less than we have in the non-protected case. To get a little bit better of an idea what's going on, what we did also is we took 20 grapes from the initial smoke exposure and the harvest samples. We took 20 grapes and we dunked them in chloroform to basically strip the wax off the surface and leave behind the berry tissue to see exactly where this guaiacol was partitioning into a grape. And here you can see these data. This is just the free volatile phenol in this case, so the bars are gray. So you can see here again that in both cuticle and tissues, the Parka spray looks like it makes the grapes much less sticky, kind of like a Teflon coat, I guess. And we see again at harvest, there's less of the guaiacol present. So this is really, really encouraging. We published this last year, but I would point out that, you know, only one time point and one concentration of spray was tested. And that's partly because it's absolutely brutal for us to get this many vines under a single tint. It's really hard work. And also we only tested one spot at one vineyard. So we don't actually capture the variation in grape chemistry across a vineyard. And finally, I should point out, these are chemical measurements. They're not the definitive assessment of whether a wine is tainted or not. The only way to do that is actually to ferment this fruit, make the wine, and have somebody smell it or taste it. So we repeated these field studies. Before I talk about part two, I'd just like to talk about briefly one other study that was enabled by this early project that we did. And that was to address the question of whether smoke exposure actually has an impact on the fungal communities that are living on these grapes. We know in the Pacific Northwest, where I am, the native peoples for thousands of years have been famously preserving salmon by smoking it, by exposing it to smoke. And we understand across the world, different people have been doing this, and we know that's because smoke contains compounds that are toxic to microorganisms. It prevents their growth. So what happens to the microorganisms on the surface of a grape? That's what we wanted to know. And this is not just an academic question. So for example, the group of David Mills at UC Davis recently published this paper in MBio on the associations between the wine grape microbiome, metabolome, and fermentation behavior suggests microbial contribution to regional wine chemistry. In other words, different microbes on the surface of a grape differ from one region of California to another, or BC or Australia, and that has a consequence of the resulting wine. A year later, this Italian group also published a similar paper where they suggested that the grape microbiome was a reliable and persistent signature of field origin and environmental conditions of wine grapes. In other words, the environment could reproducibly change the microbiome on the surface of a grape. So we thought, well, maybe smoke does that. And so this initial study with the 3 sprays and the smoke let us not only study the impact of smoke, but also the impact of these different sprays. And here are some of the data. There's a lot of data here, but basically, just to summarize it really quickly, each dot in each of these 3 vineyards represents the entire microbial community on the surface of a grape. And the closer these dots together are in these Bray-Curtis plots, the more similar the relative fungal communities would be. And to make a long story short, what we can see is that there is complete overlap between smoked and non-smoked grapes at each vineyard, suggesting that at least the relative communities on the surface of these grapes either aren't changed or they recover really fast after our smoke exposure. Interestingly, there's not that much difference between the different sprays either, which is odd because these sprays are actually supposed to actually kill some species of fungus. However, we can see ripening associated changes, and we see really interesting differences between these vineyards, exactly like the Mills Group reported in 2016. So I would like to conclude with some of our data. It's not published yet, where we reevaluate our 2018 field studies in 2019. And we went for broke in 2019. So we had one product that looked like it was keeping the compounds responsible for smoke taint outside of grapes. And so we decided to go big. So we tested this product, the Parka spray, at 3 different vineyards. At each vineyard, we had at 4 tents of grapes. And the tents were as far apart as I could physically have my students pump the smoke, so about 100 feet apart. And this was our best stab at a randomized block design. So 12 tents in total. And we applied the spray one day, 1 week or 2 weeks before smoke exposure to hopefully provide viticulture staff with some idea about how long protection would last for. And finally, smoking this many grapes and having matched controls, we thought would give us sufficient material to do a large-scale fermentation to produce enough wine for sensory assessment, which is still the gold standard for smoke taint analysis. So in all cases, samples were harvested and processed with acid using our GCMS method to detect both total and free volatile phenols. And here's a snapshot of some of our data. Let me move my bar here. So this is juice, that's J, or wine made from all of the grapes pooled from each of these different tents and vineyards, and we pooled the similar conditions. And so we can see some interesting things here. First of all, if you look at product that was protected by the Parka spray 1, 7, or 14 days before smoke exposure, unfortunately, it seems like in 2019, we failed to replicate our 2018 data. There's more guaiacol present in these grapes than there are in the non-smoked controls, which is disappointing. And I have an idea about why this is that we can maybe discuss if time permits. Also, something really interesting should catch your eye here. We see free guaiacol in this case, even in the non-smoked controls. And we see quite a bit of guaiacol that needs acid to make it detectable. So again, this sort of begs the question about what exactly are normal levels of these compounds. You know, we've only ever actually bothered to test them when there's forest fires, but we're testing some amount to a baseline level that we don't know, it seems. Also notice the very, very large difference between non-smoked grapes and those that are exposed to smoke after fermentation. clearly the yeast are transforming, in this case, guaiacol, into a form that's not even detectable simply by acid digestion before fermentation. So we think that there's other ways that these compounds can be stored in grapes, and that we need to have some information about what those are if we're going to prevent their release in the fermentation tank. So lots of questions left from our lab. How are volatile phenols actually stored in grape? And what are the normal levels of those phenols? How they are metabolized during fermentation, and how different yeast actually act on them is still an open question. And what the heck is up with this parka in 2018 and 2019? So these are still things that we're working on. So with that sort of ambiguous conclusion, I will move on to thanks and acknowledgements, and then would like to take questions if there are any. So first of all, I need to thank our supporting organizations, particularly the wineries. Some of them didn't want to be named, and that's because smoke tainted in the industry as kind of it's something that wineries are quite sensitive to. And these guys have took quite a big risk to let a bunch of wild academics burn stuff in their vineyards during bad forest fire seasons. Not only could we burn the whole place down, but there's the whole public perception thing. And so we're really, really appreciative of their help. Also, I have to acknowledge Super Research and Development is a local Kelowna-based analytical company. They have their ISO accredited smoke taint methods. And they've been very generous to me in terms of funding, and also lots and lots of hours of instrument time. So I need to thank them. I need to thank these funding organizations, and particular the UBC Okanagan Eminence Program for funding my grape and wine research. These collaborators need to be acknowledged. Dan Dural, a microbiologist at UBC, Dr. Gino DeLabio, who's a computational chemist that did some work with us on the glycosides, and Dr. Carrie Wilkinson at Adelaide, who's collaborating with me on an international validation study for testing methods. Finally, I need to thank my long-suffering and hard-working group. This is very, very stinky research, and I appreciate their hard work. And finally, I would like to thank the Napa County Farm Bureau for inviting me, and I would love to take questions.
Thank you, Wes. That was awesome. Please address your questions with Wesley while you've got them. That's your work holds so much relevance for us here, increasingly more so, it seems.
I know it's.
Although we hope it doesn't.
Yeah. Oh, are they in the?
They're in the Q&A box. They should be, I believe. Yeah, maybe give a moment for them to.
They're starting to come in. We have one.
There's
Okay.
one, two. So the first question, I can read them. At this point, is Parka proven enough to use?
No. It's not. That's what we were hoping to do with some of the data that I showed on the last slide. No, it's not proven enough to use. There's only one other comparable study that I'm aware of in the world. They used a product called kaolin, which is basically a clay-based grape sunscreen, as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Again, this is brutal work. It's really difficult to get the replication we need to do this. And so at the moment, I don't think there's anything that's proven effective. And again, we showed that is not actually possible to replicate results season to season. And there I see there's a question about why the discrepancy. I think the discrepancy is in the fact that Parka is made to basically waterproof cherry fruit. And I think eventually it basically washed off the surface of the fruit, taking with it that protective cuticle that was there. And when we did our tests in 2019, so last year, unlike California, we were really rainy. Like we were actually applying the spray in the rain and smoking in the rain. And I think what happened is that this product basically stripped the cuticle away, leaving grapes actually less protected than we had in the previous study, which was hot, dry, and there was lots of ambient smoke in the background. So this is my hypothesis at the moment.
So Wesley, to that, I've kind of got a question. I can jump in here in front of everybody else. You know, we did some trials this year during, it was on the Central Coast during the river fire, which was particularly problematic in that area. And it was just sprinkler sets, basically. We ran frost sprinklers for different periods and then, you know, tested the fruit independently, lots of fruit independently based on the duration of the sprinkler set. And we didn't see any real, it actually looked in one case like the longer sprinkler set somehow exacerbated the problem. But what you're saying is the parka serves as a solvent almost, or a rinsate, or it's removing the cuticle, so you're taking with it the cuticle as it's dissolved, or whatever the.
That's what I think is going on. Yeah. I didn't mention, but when we tested these other sprays, actually, the first time we did it, the pure spray oil, nothing, there's no difference there. So pure spray, which is already approved for use, did nothing as far as make smoke taint worse. The Timurex made it worse, actually. So we already had evidence from our first round that you could protect crop or not, depending on what the spray was. Like I said, I think in 2018, when we did it the first time, it was hot, it was dry. We had forest fires all over the place, so there was a lot of background smoke. And I think we basically put these products on and they sealed up and made basically a Teflon coat. And what happened in 2019 was the opposite. They never really dried, and it was more solvent-like, and it washed away the little cuticle that was there, making things more prone to smoke. This is a hypothesis, of course, but yeah.
No, it makes sense to me. You'd need a situation though where the fruit was going to be rinsed gravitationally, like you would need the water to run off the fruit. You couldn't bring the fruit in necessarily and then you know, run it through a bath and expect to have the same result.
So I can address that. So we've consistently shown that if you expose fruit to smoke and then harvest it and wash it within an hour, you just cut it off and you rinse it. In some instances, that volatile phenol is in there. In some instances, it looks like it's already tied up in glycosides because we need the acid to release it. So this gets in fast and it's transformed fast. And we've consistently showed that. And actually this year, Dr. Carrie Wilkinson published a paper where she tried exactly that, what you suggest. So they turned the overhead irrigation on while the smoke was happening to see if they could actually rinse the stuff off the grape. And they found no impact there. I have an idea. I've never tested it. And it might not actually be feasible, but these, chemically speaking, these volatile phenols, they're weakly acidic, which means that if you treat them with alkaline water, so water that's more on the basic side, you should make a salt that's a lot more water soluble and less sticky. And that might actually wash it off the surface of a grape. I don't know. It might also affect your soil, so it might not be a feasible thing. But that's one thing that could be tried, I think.
We got plenty of time for Q&A here, so I'm gonna throw one more thing at you before let everybody else have their questions answered. But activated, I mean, kind of along those lines, what about the prospect of applying activated carbon in the field to the fruit?
Oh, right. So that would be along the lines of the kaolin study.
Yeah. But
well, I would predict that. I mean, activated carbon is got a large amount of graphite on it, actually, and graphite is chemically, in a way, built out of these phenolic monomers that we see in the volatile phenol. So I would predict that these volatile phenols stick very well to activated carbon. Yeah. Yeah, I would predict they stick very well, actually. But I'm not aware of anyone who's tried that yet.
Okay, yeah, it's just a thought that I had.
The one thing is, I mean, that's activated carbon is ash also, right? So
Yeah, and as long as you can somehow get it off the fruit before
Yeah.
you put the fruit, through your winery processes, it seems like it might, be a net, so to speak, or a kind of a filter, in the field that could be, you've collected everything, now you need to remove it, but if
yeah.
there were a way to do that before I got the winery, then maybe problem solved.
So I do think this is a promising avenue of research. What we learned is the sheer magnitude of the field work that's required is just enormous, and so we need to think about faster ways to test different combinations. Because the problem is, to be frank, whether in Australia or Canada, we only have one ripening per year, so that means we have to condense all the work into one really small window, and there's just not enough manpower for that. So we're really thinking about how we can simulate this even more so that we can more rapidly basically test different combinations of protective agents or washing or what have you. So this is, and it's also, as an analytical chemist, I'm not a horticulturalist, I'm not a plant person, I'm a chemist. So this is one thing that we can do is try to sort of make the lab-based tools to really give a bit of an indication to the people in the vineyards what they could test.
Thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome. I see one other question here about biotic factors that influence the uptake of VPs. That's a really good question. I don't know if people have worked on that. There's been a fair bit of work on looking at different varietals and how they are sensitive or less sensitive. We know that whites is less of a problem because they're not fermented on skins. And the majority of these phenols seems to accumulate in the skin. I do think biotic factors do make a difference, actually. And I think that this is largely anecdotal at the moment, but I think that sometimes grapes that are exposed to massive levels of smoke actually have protective mechanisms that keep the smoke out. And it's the ones that get the intermediate smoke that actually tend to produce the more tainted wines. So there's some anecdotal evidence there. And that might be also, of course, due to the ozone in the smoke, or who knows what. There could be a lot of reasons for that. How is berry coverage with the parka measured? It wasn't. We basically these products are produced in a really concentrated form that we need to dissolve in water, and then the manufacturer basically says, in the case of parka, apply to cherry trees at a rate of X per acre. You can look up that on their website. It's manufactured by a company called Cultiva. So we basically attempted to simulate what a tractor-based sprayer would be doing with just a little handheld thing. We made them obviously wet and then let them dry off. I hope that helps. An acid wash post-harvest, I don't think would work. I think an alkaline wash would work because it would convert the volatile phenols to their salts, presumably, which would be much more water soluble and have less affinity for the surface of the grape. Oh, and there's a question I see also about ozone. This is something that we thought about trying, but we haven't. But I know that, as far as I know, ozone is used as a way to disinfect fermentation barrels and things like that. And so if you have the capacity to produce it, I do believe that I recall somebody, I think they were a group out in Italy, actually, that was trying to use it to destroy these volatile phenols. Maybe if the person who had that question writes me, I can try to dig out the name for that. I recall hearing a talk where someone was trying this, and I can try to put them in touch. Smoke. I have a question also about VP able to transverse leaf stomata and also end up being glycolized in the berry. Have you? Yeah. So have you been directing these sprays only up the fruit zone, or have you been aiming for optimal coverage over the entire surface of the plant? Yes, we sprayed just the fruit, and the attendee is right. These things are able to get through the stomata, but I believe that research out of Australia suggests that the grapes really quite sensitive 2 weeks after veraison and onwards. And I'm not a physiologist, but I believe the stomata are closed, they're lignified by that point. So I think when the berries are most sensitive, they're not going through the stomata. At least that's what I think. I'm also trying to remember now. There was also a paper also out of Australia about a decade ago where researchers actually put plastic bags over the berries, and then they exposed the leaves to volatile phenols and then tried to see if they could get volatile phenol from leaf into berry. And I believe that work suggested that although some transfer occurred, it was quite limited. Another attendee asked if berry coverage was one variable in the effectiveness. Undoubtedly, it was. Yes. Mary asks something about the age of the smoke being relevant. Have you any thoughts on this? Yes, absolutely, I have thoughts on this. Again, work out in Australia has shown that if smoke from bushfires blows out over the ocean and it hangs out for a few days or weeks, and then the winds change and blow those back over the wine producing regions, they don't actually have very much taint in those cases. And this makes sense chemically. The volatile phenols that are known to have smoky aromas don't have infinite half-lives. They don't exist for that long in the atmosphere. They react with oxygen and other things. And so the half-life is actually not very long for some of these things, especially in the upper atmosphere. So yes, definitely the lingering smoke that kind of blows into a valley from a fire far away, I would not be nearly as worried about as if you had a fire right next to your vineyard and that smoke was blowing in, you know, within minutes. That's where you're going to have the problem. Has alkaline washing been tried on other fruit crops? I don't know. That's something I don't know. I may have missed some questions. Oh yeah, so I see a question from 10 minutes ago about kaolin. Yes, kaolin has been tried. It was published by the Wilkinson Group out in the ARWI in Australia, I think 2 years ago now. And oh, minus rain events, what is the realistic parka lead time? The manufacturer of parka, I believe, recommends for cherry use that 2 applications per year is efficient to protect cherry crops. So I think you actually have quite a long lead time if that product is usable. I'm not, at this point, I would urge extreme caution before parka is used.
All right, that might be it. Wes, if you don't mind hanging out for a few minutes just to field any additional questions in the chat feature, we would greatly appreciate it. And I want to thank you again. That was really, really good. And I appreciate the practical approach you're taking to all your research. I mean, especially given the fact that, you know, you're not an agronomist, that's not your wheelhouse. This is all really, really relevant for us. And I'm quite sure that that Dr. Zandberg is not opposed to unsolicited or indirectly solicited funding from the United States to further his research. So if you've enjoyed today's presentation and you convince your yourself or your employer to donate money toward the future of mitigating smoke, please do. Thank you again, and happy holidays, and we hope to talk to you again at some point soon.
Okay, thank you. I will stay around for a while for more questions. Thanks, everyone.
I'm going to be launching the poll really quick, Eric.
Okay.
That's going to be in the background.
Right on. So we've got a couple of minutes to queue up Rodrigo. There he is. Now that we've got Rodrigo's face up on the screen here, I can give him his very worthy introduction, bio background. We're really excited to have you with us. I had the pleasure of hearing something similar to this earlier in the year, and it's such a creative, it's just a really fascinating approach. I first learned about Dr. Krugner's work through an NPR story that I heard driving along. It was, early last summer, and it just, if you're not familiar with it, you will be, and it's really exciting. Dr. Krugner works with the USDA, ARS, and Parlier. He began his career with the U.S. Department of Agriculture in 2007 as a research entomologist in the Crops, Diseases, Pests, and Genetic Research Unit at the San Joaquin Valley Agricultural Sciences Center in Parlier, California. He has worked on a variety of projects involving the bacterial pathogen Xylella fastidiosa and associated insect vectors. Related to these projects, Dr. Krugner has conducted research on biology, behavioral, and population ecology of insect vectors and their natural enemies, with specific focus on plant-insect pathogen interactions. In addition, Dr. Krugner serves as a lead scientist for a project in the research unit, where research is conducted to develop methods to mitigate the impacts of pests and diseases of grapevines. Prior to joining the USDA, Dr. Krugner was a graduate student in the Department of Entomology at the University of California in Riverside. He focused his work on behavioral ecology of Homolodisca vitripennis, an important vector of Xylella fastidiosa in the southern United States. Dr. Krugner holds a bachelor's degree in agronomy from the University of Sao Paulo, Brazil, a master's degree in plant science from the University of the California State University of Fresno, and a PhD in entomology from the University of California, Riverside. He's going to be talking to us today about his work using audible mating disruption to control blue-green sharpshooters as a vector of Pierce's disease, Xylella fastidiosa. Thank you very much for being here, Rodrigo. Please take it away.
Good morning, Eric. Thank you very much for the invitation. I hope you can hear me well.
Yep, you're good.
And I hope my slides are up as well.
Yep.
Here's the title of my presentation, Development of a Vibrational Control Method for Grapevine Pests in California. It's a project that we started in late 2014, and it's getting big. And we're finding some interesting things on the process. Just briefly, this is the San Joaquin Valley Agricultural Science Center here in Parlier. I'm actually in the office right now for some essential things in the lab and in the greenhouse after there's a presentation here. But we're on a farm with about 50 hectares, about 100 acres or so, and 133 people. So that includes scientists, students, and the farm support as well. We have 3 research units here in the center. So right now I'm leading one of the research units, the crop disease, pests, and genetics. We have 2 appropriated projects in this unit. One involves breeding grapevines. So these are table grapes. We're breeding them for quality, as well as resistance to diseases such as Pierce disease and powdery mildew. So that project is being led by Craig Ledbetter and Rachel Nagley. The other two projects involve pest and disease of grapevines and citrus, mainly grapevines. And we're in the process right now of writing our new project plans. So the way it works with the USDA, we work on 5-year plans. We're getting towards the end of the current project, so we're in the process of writing the next one, and I'll come back to that more towards the end of my presentation. So we do have a group of plant pathologists and entomologists focusing on pest and disease of grapevines. It used to be in the past only Xylella fastidiosa, which I'll talk about in a minute, and glasswing sharpshooter. Although now we're branching out to other pests and disease of grapes that includes mealybugs and some fungal canker disease, and a number of other things that I won't have time to talk about today. So Xylella fastidiosa has been the focus of our project. So you can see here some bacterial cells in the xylem vessels of a plant. So they multiply and they clog the vessels. They also can release some toxins in them. And they can infect hundreds of plant species. In California, the major problem that we have is Pierce disease of grapevines. That's nothing new to us. It was described by Newton Pierce, who was a USDA investigator that was sent to Anaheim to look into some problems there back in the late 1800s. And so the disease was named after Newton Pierce. So we fast forward about 130 years to today, and Pierce disease costs California about $104 million a year. So that includes control, trapping, sharpshooters, and research as well. This is a classic photo from the University of California. This is Northern California. We can see here some missing vines in the vineyard. So these all blank spots are grapevines that were removed due to Pierce disease. The main vector of Xylella fastidiosa in vineyards in Northern California is the blue-green sharpshooter, this guy right here. They tend to use riparian vegetation along creeks and rivers for overwintering, and then in the spring, slowly they start moving into the vineyards and bringing the bacteria into the vineyard, perhaps transmitting from vine to vine as well. So that pertains more to you guys up north, Napa, Sonoma, and also Central Coast here towards us. The other vector that we have that we're sort of addressing right now is the glasswing sharpshooter. That's an invasive species. It's not native to California. We don't know exactly how it arrived in California, possibly through egg masses and ornamental plants. Not sure about that. So this insect shown in the picture here is a young male. You can tell it's young because of the red venations on the wings here. So glasswing sharpshooter is native to the southeast U.S., northeast Mexico, found in California in the late 1980s. This is the world distribution. So they have been found in islands in the Pacific here, alive. So these are the populations that were established. Some of those, I think the population in Hawaii, they cannot track those anymore. So I don't know exactly what happened there. They have been found in cargo of airplanes landing near Australia or in Australia. So there's a concern that these guys may eventually expand their geographical distribution. They can be transported in egg masses. So these are a bunch of eggs here, maybe 20 eggs on this particular egg mass. It takes about 7 to 8 days for the nymphs to hatch. So during that period, the insects can be moved in the ornamental plants and materials. So it's important to keep an eye on it. So again, it was found in California in the late 1980s here in Irvine. After the introduction, there was a rapid population growth and the range expansion. 2002, they were found in the southern portion of the San Joaquin Valley here. We're in Fresno. They're well established in the city of Fresno, about 30 minutes north of here driving. And this slide is very old. It's from 2008, so it shows some populations here up north, close to you guys. Most of these have been eradicated already. but it's very common to see, especially in the news, glasswing sharpshooter eggs or nymphs or adults found in ornamental plants. They're being moved from Southern California to Northern California. So there is a program in place for certifying nurseries and also inspecting material that moves throughout the state. So it's a constant challenge and a threat. There are two ways to control the sharpshooters. One is through insecticide applications. The main insecticide used right now is imidacloprid. It's a neonicotinoid, systemic, and it's been widely applied in citrus because glasswing sharpshooters tend to use citrus as an overwintering host, and then they move into the vineyards there. So insecticide applications, there's a problem there in that the sharpshooters are developing resistance to imidacloprid. That's the primary insecticide being used right now. So there's some populations in the General Bill area, southern portion of the San Joaquin Valley, they're showing some high levels of resistance there. The other way to kill them is through natural enemies. So these are tiny parasitic wasps, and what they do, they lay their eggs inside the eggs of the sharpshooter. We have one here on the upper right side. There are two females there working on laying their eggs inside the sharpshooter egg. So the larva is gonna pretty much hatch and consume the egg, and then you have a new wasp coming out. So millions of these wasps have been released in California, mainly in urban areas, because it's difficult to go into people's backyards and spray insecticides, especially if they have pets, kids, or a vegetable garden there. It's a voluntary treatment. But these are tiny wasps. They have no respect for fences or property lines, so they can just fly over from backyard to backyard. So they have been released in urban areas, and also in some organic citrus orchards to suppress the sharpshooter populations. There's some native species, and then there's also some introduced species of egg parasitoids. These two species here, Euphins serratus and Euphins principalis, I've been tracking these guys for a few years now here in California. They're native. They're egg parasitoids of smoke tree sharpshooter, which is the species similar to the glasswing sharpshooter. And once the glasswing invaded California, these guys sort of jumped over and start using those. They're very small, tiny, really hard to tell which one is which. You have to actually mount the wings on a microscope. I'm not going to go into details on my biocontrol program here. I'm going to focus more on the mating disruption by vibrational control. The other part of the program, this is called the area-wide program for managing glasswing sharpshooters and Pierce disease. There's a trapping program in place. Pretty sure most of you have seen some of these yellow panels hanging. They're spread out throughout the state, and those are used to not only detect new populations, let's say an invasive population that's about to get established, but also to monitor existing populations. So in this particular region here, was what we call the General Bill Road area near Arvin, south of Bakersfield. We have, so these are data from CDFA from 2015. And when it gets very colorful like this, things are not going well. So I see some blue squares and I see some yellow squares in there. Those are showing something between 150 and 250 sharpshooters per trap. And they do actually have a purple star that shows more than 300, but I don't think you can get 300 sharpshooters on a trap like that because they start landing on top of each other. So when it gets colorful, then it gets bad, because then the sharpshooters are established everywhere. So they will be in the vineyards as well. Here's some some individuals there on the cane. And I don't know if you can see some brown areas that I'm showing here in the video with the cursor. If you take a closer look, then there's some symptoms of Pierce disease in there. And that usually leads to removal. So all these vines, they were orange tagged spray paint. So those are all positive vines. This entire vineyard was actually removed 2 years ago. They removed the whole thing. And then at the very top of the slide, I have a very simple formula that shows the number of vectors in the vineyard. So we do not want the vectors in the vineyard. And the formula shows basically the number varies by birth and death. So you have individuals that are being born and the ones that are dying, and also migration. So you have individuals that move from citrus into grapes, and they move from the grapes into to citrus, for example. Death can be manipulated easily. We can do that with insecticide applications. So we can spray area wide to reduce them. And we can also release natural enemies, those parasitic wasps that I just showed. Immigration and immigration, so migration, it's hard. I've been in California for about 20 years now, and I remember seeing some nets in the Napa Valley, tall nets, to prevent movement of blue-green sharpshooter into vineyards, from those riparian areas into vineyards. Not sure how that worked, but I haven't seen those nets in a long time. And then they tried in Taiwan as well. They also have Pierce disease in Taiwan with the native vectors. They tried the nets and it does not work. The insects fly over the net and down. They tried the nets with glass-wing sharpshooter. Again, they also hit the net, go over, and then into the vineyard. So it's really hard to do something about migration there. One thing that has not been investigated is birth. And that's what we're trying to target here for glass-wing sharpshooter. So there's a glass-wing sharpshooter mating pair in a vineyard, and I have quite a few photos of those. They do mate in the vineyard. This is a very busy slide. It's a summary of the mechanism of mating disruption. This is based on pheromones. Pheromones are these volatile chemicals released by females to attract males, and so that they can mate. Very common in lepidopterans, for example. And what we have here on the left side of this diagram, what's called a competitive disruption. So that's a numbers game. If you do have a lot of insects out there, even if you're trying to use these lures or some sort of a mating disruption with pheromones, if you have large numbers of individuals, they're going to just bump into each other, and then so they will eventually mate. On the right side of this diagram, we have a non-competitive disruption, meaning it doesn't matter how many individuals you have out there, your approach or your mechanism should work. I'm not going to go into details of this. I'll just say that for a glass-wing sharpshooter, what we're doing here is suppressing the calling and mating activity of the females. We may also be confusing the males. That's on the left side of the diagram. We haven't done any work to show that we're actually confusing the males, but for sure we're suppressing female calling activity. So when we talk about insect communication, when I first thought about disrupting mating of glass-wing sharpshooter, first thing that comes in mind is that they do not use pheromones at all. Those are leafhoppers and sharpshooters. They just don't. They communicate by vibrating the abdominal muscles. I have a video that I'm going to show to you shortly. And the vibrational communication has been estimated to occur in over 200,000 species, either alone or combined with other forms of communication. For example, the brown marmorated stink bug, they will use pheromones for long-range attraction. So females would release pheromones and bring the males into the plant. Once they arrive on the same plant, then they're going to switch to vibrational communications. They use two different modes of communication: long-range pheromones, short-range vibration. Perhaps a visual as well, so it could be a combination there. So the way these sharpshooters produce their sounds, they're going to vibrate the abdomen. So these are vibrations they're going to transfer through the legs into the plant, and then once they hit the plant, they travel as bending waves at about 100 meters per second. So vibrations are just like sound, although sound is airborne. So as I speak, I'm displacing air. Vibrations, they travel on the substrate, although sound can also become vibration once they hit the plant. The way the insects perceive these mating calls or mating signals, they're sort of ears. Please don't quote me on that. It's located on the elbows, on the legs, and sometimes throughout the body of the insect, and that's how they sense. There's sort of a sensilla in there that can detect these mating calls. So this is one video that I made years ago. I really recommend you to visit that the PBS Deep Look video that Eric just mentioned. Some really nice videography there. I learned some tricks with the crew that came to do the video. I just didn't have time to upload new ones here. So this video will just show you how they produce sound, and I hope that you can hear the sounds. This is a female call, and she's actually responding to a male. I don't know if you guys are able to hear the male on the background. What this male is doing now is what we call quivering. You see this boom, 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 little sound on the produced by the abdomen. I'll get back to that signal later on in my presentation. So this is how they talk, and for glass-wing sharpshooter, usually the conversation, when they start the conversation until they mate, takes about an hour and a half or 2 hours. Other species, they'll just talk for 20 minutes, and then eventually they'll mate. So what we did in the lab, we did a number of trials. We're using sex alone, males alone on the plant. We learn about the male signals, then we do females alone. We learn about the female signals. Then we start combining them. And what we found for glass-wing sharpshooter is that they initiate the conversation, basically identifying themselves as belonging to the same species and gender as well. They may get some information about the condition of the potential mate. So they're going to start from different parts of the plant, and the female is going to guide the male towards her. Sort of a Marco Polo game. Like, Marco Polo, where are you at? It's like, I'm here. So once the male arrives close to the female, then they're going to start courtship, and they use different songs or different signals for courtship. Once they get close to each other, then it's really hard to disrupt. So what we're trying to do here is disrupt them at the very early stages of communication there. So once they get close, they're going to switch to courtship signals. They mate, and we actually found that they actually talk during copulation, what my postdoc used to call pillow talk or something like that. We're not going to courtship communication at that stage. So what we have is a plan here for how to develop a method to disrupt these insects. I call it a three-step method. First one starts with the description of the mating, the signal. So we need to learn what they're saying to each other if we want to disrupt that. So that takes a long time. We have to do dozens of trials. We can just not rely on a single individual or a single pair. So we do all the trials. It usually takes a few months. And then the step two, once we learn about what they're saying, we try to find some weak links. So these are places that we try to go in and interfere with the communication. And that's usually a year or two. Takes some time to do those as well. I'm going to show you how we go through. And then the third one, which is actually trying out in the field. So for glass-wing sharpshooter, we went through the three steps. You cannot get to step 3 without 2, and you cannot get to 2 without 1. So most of the research is done here in the lab here in Parlier. So we work with individuals that we rear in a lab. So so we know the age, and we know if they're mated or not. In this case, we separate the nymphs when they're young here. They'll have some 14 stars. We can tell if they're males and females. So the males go in one cage, females go in another cage. We keep the females individually as well. So again, we know the age and we know the reproductive status of that female. Once they're ready to be studied, they are brought into what we call the biotremology laboratory. This is a visiting scientist from UC Riverside, Marco Gebiola. He was doing some trials with lacewings. These are green lacewings. They also use vibrational communication. So he was doing some studies there. We use laser Doppler vibrometers to record these the mating calls. Again, these are vibrations, and the lasers, they measure how far from the laser the plant actually moved, and it transforms that into something that we can actually hear. I'm not going to go into the details of that, but I'll be more than happy to explain to you more of the process. So once they're brought into the lab, so the output of these softwares and the lasers that we have huge data sets. This case here, we have the female call, which we just heard at the beginning of this presentation. On the right side, the male call. Here's the frequency range. For glasswing sharpshooter, it gets up to about 900 hertz. 3.2 seconds for this one particular call here. And these are yellow lines that we're seeing here on the call. We call those harmonics. So these are actually sort of songs that they produce, as opposed to a tapping sound or plucks on the web, for example, done by spiders. We can export all these data into Excel. So we have hundreds of thousands of data points. Each one of these are purple little dots, or the yellow dots, again, can be exported. And then we can start asking questions, sort of analysis that we do. For a glasswing sharpshooter, we had Raquel Inieri. She was a visiting scientist from Italy working in the lab. So she showed that the female glasswing sharpshooters, they use longer signals at the beginning of the conversation, and they use much shorter signals towards courtship and mating. The other type of analysis that we did in this case, the blue circles here are male signals, so just a male response to the female signal. The female signals are the red circles here, and the yellow squares are male rivalry signals. So there's a lot of rivalry that goes on with these insects. And for this one particular analysis, what we use a number of parameters or characters of the signal: duration, spectral, base frequency, change of frequency within the signal. And for this particular one here, the MRS1, which is a male rival signal, when we looked at it, it sounded like a female signal. When we looked at the spectrogram, it looked like a female signal, but it was being produced by a male. So we called that a mimic. So we think the males are using that signal to mimic a actual female call, with hopes that he can lure the male out of that conversation and he can gain access to the female. So it's pretty cool finding there, published by Raquel later on. Here's a video of some rivalry signals in glasswing sharpshooter. I do not have the mimic sound in here. These are different types of rivalry, just yelling at each other. I'm gonna play that for a little bit. When the males engage in rivalry, the females, they take this posture here. They move the abdomen away from the plant, and they spread the legs to prevent males from mounting on her. Just basically saying, you guys deal with it, and then come back and talk to me later on. So these are two males here in rivalry. They're yelling at each other. Again, the female, which is out of the conversation. And glasswing sharpshooter, it does not get physical. I mean, there's no physical combat. Insects will not kick each other, push each other. The combat is like a vocal combat, sort of. They're just yelling and trying to establish dominance. So that's about as physical as it gets. They're just stepping on each other. I'm gonna move on with this video. It's quite a long. I didn't have time to chop it a little. The other type of analysis that we do, if needed, is building ethnograms. So in this case, we have identification here. So we're using the signals for identification. Then there's a series of events and calls that lead to mating down here on the bottom right. So we know that for them to mate, the female has to emit this female signal 2, which is a very short signal just prior to mating. So the female will only emit the female signal 2 if the males produce the quivering sound. And that's the quivering sound that we saw at the beginning, the boom, 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 boom. So these ethnograms, they help us because we can find some places where what we call weak links in their communication. Then, so these are places that we can go in and try to interfere. The success for the glass-winged sharpshooter project came from observations of female-female rivalry. So we saw some videos of male-male rivalry here. For glass-winged sharpshooter, we're actually exploiting female-female rivalry. And the reason is that I started some trials with 10 females on one plant and 1 male. And at the very beginning, all females tried to talk with the male. But if that's the case, a male will never find one female to mate. It's going to be lost on the plant. So the females, they start these behaviors to establish hierarchy on the plant to a point that only one female continues singing and the other 9 females on the plant are quiet. That one female mated, and then I took the pair out and put another male in. The second female stepped up, and she was the only one talking to the male. I took the pair out, put another male in, a third female steps up. So when I saw that, I had the idea of, well, if I can record the call of this dominant female on the plant, and I play those signals back in a vine, in a vineyard, for example, I might be able to suppress the calling activity of the real females on the vine. And by doing that, these are real females will not communicate with the male. If they don't communicate, they don't mate. So we started some trials doing playback, and we can do playback in the lab using these mini shakers. These are commercially available. They're not cheap. They're about $2,000 each, and they're not weatherproof, but they work really well in the lab. We can play songs. We can play a number of things through those devices. One of the treatments that we decided to try was a white noise, which is like a hissing sound. Shh, let's say if your TV is on the wrong channel or the radio station is on the wrong channel. What we're trying to do here is overpower the frequency range that they use to communicate. So these are this is the glass-winged sharpshooter female call here with the harmonics, and this is the white noise that we play. So, for example, it's a bad analogy, but someone is in a nightclub and trying to talk and they're trying to yell, they cannot hear each other. So that's sort of a way to prevent the conversation. This graph shows the intensity of the female signal here, and the green one shows the intensity of our playback white noise. So we're way above their minimum requirement there. The other treatment that we tried was the actual female signal based on the observations of this hierarchy on the plant and dominance of other females. So we can play those back. We can arrange how far apart those signals are played. We can make new sounds with the software as well. And this is what we did for the third treatment in there, just to be sure. We call it a female noise, which is a hybrid between the white noise and the actual female call. They're just a bunch of female calls overlapped in them. So we use those 3 treatments and, of course, silence control. And what we found in the lab, we're talking about the step 2 of the methodology to develop a program like this. We started in the lab first. So this graph shows the proportion of pairs that mated in silence. This is our control. And here's the proportion of pairs that mated when we're playing the female call. And then here's the proportion that mated when we're playing a white noise. The other thing that we did in the lab was use the female white noise here, which was that third treatment. And one thing that we found, so both they all worked. The female call worked, the white noise worked, the female noise worked as well. I don't like the white noise and the female noise because they're also in the same frequency range of natural enemies. I mentioned the lacewings early on. So I don't like the white noise because it would be the same as going out with the application of organophosphate or some broad spectrum insecticide in there. But we tried anyway. And with the female noise, one thing that we found is that we can't actually prevent them from mating. But as soon as you turn it off, then we have this column here on the graph. There it is on the on the right side here, they actually made more than they did before if we turn off the signal there. But that shows that the treatment was actually being effective. So once we were happy with the results in the lab, the next step is actually to move out to the vineyard and play those signals. One thing I like about Vineyards is that they have wires on them, lots of wires. I'm a big fan of wires because we can use those to deliver these signals to the vines and then interrupt the communication. One of the problems that we noticed is every time the wire goes over a post, what happened is what we call it's sort of a guitar effect. If you try to play the chord of a guitar, the vibration will stop at your finger in there, and that could be a problem later on in the season, especially when the vines are hanging heavy on the wire there. We're looking into ways to get around that. I may get back to you maybe later on that. So to play these signal to actually do these playbacks in the vineyard, I mentioned that the devices that we have in the lab, they're not weatherproof. We went to a company, they're based in Europe, and they can make these weatherproof emitters for us, or shakers. This is what they look like. I mean, this is the second prototype that the company made. They're about cup size, and they're on the 7th prototype now. These were designed to be placed on the wire, just by hanging on the wire. We actually found that it was better if we attached to the post itself, as opposed to the wire. And then so one of the reasons why the new prototype actually was designed to shake the post and not the wire. For the experiment, so we did that here in Fresno, in the city of Fresno. Each vine had one pair of male and female glasswing sharpshooter. These are virgin individuals of known age from the lab. And we had them in one of the rows, and then we had the controls somewhere else in the vineyard. Every time we went out, we took about 15 pairs, caged them on these sleeves, and then we watched them for throughout the day. As we were out there, we're actually collecting measurements of our vibrational signal going down the rows. So we just moved these lasers. We measured the signal on the wire. We measured the signals on the cane touching the wire, cane not touching the wire, the trunk of the vine, and then the cane with the insects as well. The reason why we did that is, again, an analogy would be an insecticide applications, or if you're trying to develop a new insecticide, you want to know how much of the active ingredient you need to actually kill the insect. In our case here, our active ingredient is the intensity and the actual characteristics of the signal. So that's why we're keeping track of that as we did these experiments. So here's our playback. So these are pre-recorded calls of a glasswing sharpshooter, of a dominant glasswing sharpshooter. Now the vine at the emitter on the bottom here, this call is this is a spectrogram. And then we can see that the signals are present on vines. They're about 10 meters away from the vine that's being shaken there. And one thing that we noticed, that was actually quite common, if you can see, these are yellow circles in the call. These are actually the real females trying to establish dominance with our equipment. So there's our playback, our female calls, and then the females are responding. She's saying, this is my vine, this is my vine. The problem for these females is that every time we go out, our equipment is fully charged and it never stops. The females, the real females, eventually they get tired of it. It takes a lot of energy to produce the signals with these abdominal vibrations. So eventually they quit calling, and once they stop calling, they do not mate. And this is what we found. Here's the data. Here are the data from the experiment. So we have the silence treatment, and then our control with the female call. We have 134 mating pairs that we used, about 15 a day every time we went out between August and October. And we had 28 pairs that made it in silence control, which is about what we have, what we usually get in the lab here. And only one pair made it when we're doing our playbacks with the female. And we think that one actually communicated on the net, that paint strainer that we put around the cane in there. And that happened right there. So we're very, very happy with these results from this experiment. We do have number of other things to do. For example, distance, how far we can send those signals down the row. The prototype that we used, we can hit 50 vines, so 25 vines in each direction, probably more. We didn't check beyond those 25 vines. That was not the objective of the study there. Especially if we have vineyards, especially here in Kern County, we have mile-long vineyards, so we might need to look into how many of those shakers would be needed for long rows like that. Energy, it's something that we need to look at as well, because we're using electricity to activate these shakers and emitters. For the trials that we did, we just used the rechargeable 12-volt batteries. 12-volt lines, those that feed irrigation valves, work just fine, as well as solar panels. We didn't try the solar panels, but something that can be done as well. I'm not too worried about the vineyard trellis, or if you're using a Y-shaped or single T, double T, or triple T. I'm not worried about that. More concerned about other crops. For glasswing sharpshooters, they do use citrus as an overwintering host. So here's my former postdoc, Dr. Shear Gordon, doing some observations of glasswing sharpshooting citrus. We do have some ideas on how to deliver these vibrations in places that we do not have wires. Citrus orchards do not have wires on them. So we're thinking about ground transmission in there, which is something that could be applied to you guys up north, because the blue-green sharpshooter actually use vegetation in these riparian areas. So it would be ideal to hit those before they come into the vineyard as well. So we're gonna be looking at those other crops, and then other pests as well. Since we're putting so much time and effort into these approach, why not hit multiple pests at the same time? There are a number of pests in vineyards that use vibrational communication. These are just a few of them. So we have these Tiflocibini leafhoppers. They're very common. The variegated leafhopper is the one that we're more advanced in terms of finding a signal for those as well. We did some work with the Virginia creeper leafhopper, and there's a sound in here. I'm gonna play that. This is actually a male courtship song, a male Virginia creeper courtship song. We haven't done much on that one yet. And then the blue-green sharpshooter, which is the one that we're working right now. We started a project with black widow spiders. They also use vibrations to communicate on the web. There's a male-female communication, so they mate. They don't actually mate. Copulation, the male transfers the sperm to the female, but they also use vibrational communication. It's been well studied. What we're exploiting here is actually female-female rivalry. The black widow spiders, they do not like each other, the females. They're notorious solitary predators, so we're looking at that as well. Here's an update on the blue-green sharpshooter project. So we've done over 250 recordings. So these are individuals that were alone on the plant, in pairs and triplets. Again, we know the age, we know the reproductive status of those. That's what I'm gonna be doing this afternoon. And just to finishing some records, then we're actually starting to do some analysis on those yet. So again, we're in the phase of exploring their communication to see if we can find something that we can go in and interfere. This is the spectrogram of a blue-green sharpshooter male call. This slide is kind of old, so I didn't know what these sections were. Now we know that pretty well. There's a sound in here, and if you can follow the cursor of my mouse, all right, so this is a male signal with section 1 and 2, and this is a male signal with section 1, 2, and 3, and then there's the little bumping at the end as well that may or may not happen. So we're in the final phases of describing their communication. We do have some ideas on how we can interfere with the blue-green sharpshooter. This is a video of the variegated leafhopper. I'm gonna play this one real quick. These guys, they're used to high density on the leaf. Actually, the threshold for application of an insecticide is about 15 nymphs per leaf. That's when you have to go in and do something. Otherwise, you may have a reduction in yield or some damage to the vine. So these guys, there's a lot of rivalry in there. So these are two males. They're fighting over this one female here. The male was in courtship, and they usually go on a 45-degree angle with the female when they're in the courtship phase. And if there's another male that comes in, he has to stop courtship, which is what's going to happen now. And then he has to deal with the other male there. On this video, here's the female, and here's a male. So these two were talking. This is the intruder. So there's a male that came in. This is the sticker that we used to record. One thing that we learned about the variegated leafhopper is that they can steal a mate. So female can steal a male from another female and vice versa. So this is the male going towards them. And unlike glass-wing sharpshooter, that there's no physical combat, these guys, they actually kick each other off the leaf. They don't get hurt. They kind of just fly around because they have this exoskeleton like Iron Man. So they don't get hurt when they get kicked or anything else. Then just fly back onto the leaf and continue with the conversation. Here's the current status of our of this program on vibrational control. Again, I do some research on biological control of these guys, and I do some plant pathology as well. I call it Plant Pathology 101 because I'm an entomologist by training, but I do play with plant pathology as well. So what we have for a current project plan, again, this is the 5-year plan, is to describe the mating behaviors of glass-wing sharpshooters, identify signals that can be used to disrupt them, and do a field evaluations. And these have all, for glass-wing sharpshooter, it was all completed. We did it in 30 months, so 2.5 years. I did have a lot of help working with the glass-wing sharpshooter. The other objective that we have is to describe the variegated leafhopper communication. I do not have anything proposed to identify the signals here or do field evaluations. It's a little bit too much for me. And then I also have blue-green sharpshooter in here, an objective to describe their behaviors and vibrational signals to identify one. This was actually supposed to be done next year, but I got ahead of myself here, so we completed the recordings already. And we're going to be starting doing the analysis soon. The Black Widow project, it's something separate. It's not part of our base funding here. This is being sponsored by the California Table Grape Commission. We were able to bring some personnel in here and establish some collaborations with engineers as well. So this one is actually moving quick here due to because of the help that we have. So for the next 5 years, I'm actually in the process of writing the plans right now. And I'm going to propose blue-green sharpshooters all the way down here. So finish identifying the signals in the lab and actually doing some field evaluations. If I receive the blessings from the USDA to continue with this project. So if you do have some interest in me continuing to do research on blue-green sharpshooter, I may need your help finding sites so I can go out in the field. It's about 4.5 hours driving for me, but shouldn't be a problem. Anywhere on the Central Coast, Paso Robles area, that would be nice as well. So if you do support continuing this project, please let me know. Shoot me an email, give me a phone call. May need help again finding some places in the future. And as a summary, so mating communication of Xylella fastidiosa vectors and many other pests in vineyards, they rely heavily on exchange of substrate-borne vibrational signals or different modes as well. For example, stink bugs, they use pheromones for long range and vibrations for short range. And what we showed for glass-wing sharpshooter was that mating disruption, they were described. So that's phase 1, identifying their signals. And then we also found that we showed the disruptive potential of candidate vibrational signals. So we did that in the lab first. Once we're happy with that, we took that to the field, and that's what we need. And so far, and this is what I'm reporting to my supervisors and national program, is that the data that we have so far support development of vibrational mating disruption as a novel method to control glasswing sharpshooter population and perhaps other insects as well. I would just like to finish by thanking my collaborators and students in the lab. This is Raquel Nieri, Dr. Raquel Nieri now, doing some work in the Vineyards, Dr. Shira Gordon here, Dr. Valerio Mazzoni, Melissa Wilson was a student in my lab. And you can see that we all use a lot of these headphones. That's what we do a lot in the day, and listen to these calls. And that ends my PowerPoint presentation. And I don't know if there are any questions in the queue.
Yes, we do have a couple of questions.
Need to stop sharing. Okay, Q&A.
I'll stop sharing.
Okay, so one question is, if there are multiple illegible males singing on the plant, why do the females adhere to the hierarchy established by the artificial signals? Multiple males. The female, the males, the male rivalry, it takes some time until they establish their own hierarchy on the plant. So the female sits on the side waiting for males to finish the rivalry and then go back to her and reestablish a courtship. I think the question was really to the females. The second one, if blue-green sharpshooters mate in riparian areas, would the shakers need to be in riparian foliage? That's something that we're looking at right now. I have a vineyard here that I planted about 5 years ago. And before planting the vines, I buried some wires in the ground right below the vines with hopes that the vine would just wrap around the wire. And then so I can send the signals below ground. The idea came from a conversation with engineers from the Edwards Air Force Base, NASA, Southern California. They're saying based on the properties of the signals that we're dealing with here, it would be better to send through the ground. So if we do go after blue-green sharpshooters, we're not going to put a wire throughout on the top of plants and there's a riparian area. They'll probably go through ground transmission, something that we're looking at for citrus as well. Will you be looking at potential red blotch vectors? We can, red blotch, I think that would be, I think those are associated with mealybugs perhaps. Mealybugs use pheromones. They might use vibrational communication once they get close to each other. It's something that would be hard to do once they get close. Did you see any reduction in feeding and there's a potential reduction in transmission of the virus? No, they can actually feed while they're talking, where they're sending these vibrational signals. So if they have the stylets inserted in the plant, the stylet actually works as a transmission property there.
All right, I don't see any other questions in the chat function immediately. Rodrigo, maybe there's one more.
That's the reduction in feeding. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't think there's a reduction in
Got
feeding.
that, okay.
Yeah.
Cool. Hey man, thank you so much. That was phenomenal. If you would not mind hanging out for a few minutes in the chat
Absolutely.
area to see if there are any additional questions, and field them there, we would greatly appreciate it. But that was really wonderful, and it's inspirational, your work you're done. Anybody and everybody on this call, please, if you have opportunities for research support or research locations, don't hesitate to reach out to Rodrigo to keep the process headed in the right direction, man. Happy holidays.
Thank you. There's a correction here. So I said mealybugs, red blotches. Someone corrected me. It's actually the three-corner alfalfa hopper that has been implicated with transmission of that virus. And yes, leaf hoppers, tree hoppers, they all use vibrational communication. So that is a target as well.
All right. Thank you again, Rodrigo. Okay, we're a few minutes early, so we can maybe wrap things up a few minutes early. I see John's on. John, are you ready to rock and roll? There he is. John, all right. That mask off there, man. We need to get a look at you. Oop, your mic's off, John.
Oh, okay, now, how about that? Okay, let me share my screen.
Yeah, thanks so much for being here. I'm going to give you your intro as you're loading up your presentation, okay?
Okay.
Everybody knows John, again, one of our most valued staff with the Ag Commissioner's Office, such a wonderful guy who supported us with this series of trainings for a long time now, and just a wonderful guy to work with in general as a rep for the Ag Commissioner's Department. John has a bachelor's degree in agriculture from Cal Poly San Luis Obispo. He's been working for the Ag Department for 26 years and has spent the majority of his career working in pesticide enforcement with shorter stints in the pest exclusion and glassy-wing sharpshooter programs. He particularly enjoys, professionally speaking, working to educate growers and keep them in compliance. And that's evidenced by all the work he does every year to along those lines. Today, John's going to be talking to us about compliance, review of compliance, and enforcement action procedures. And before he starts, I want to give a shout out to our sponsors one more time: Martinez Orchards and Vineyards, Corteva Agriscience, Wilbur Ellis, and Wonderful Nurseries. Thank you all so much. John, please take it away.
Okay, thanks, Eric. I just want to do a couple of quick announcements just since I'm here with the Ag Commissioner's Office. So today, like Eric said, I'll be doing one presentation on enforcement and response. And then I'm going to do another one on just an update on our container recycling program. And if some of you happen to be on the Ag Commissioner class yesterday, you'll hear the same thing. But I guess to get your full hour, you got to stick through it and listen in again. So we did our English and Spanish CE classes. Last week we did our Spanish, and yesterday we did our English AgCom CE webinar. And so we're going to be putting something together for probably late January or early February. We'll do a couple more classes. We just haven't got to that. So nothing's been announced, but it'll go out through the normal channels. We'll send our e-blasts out and we'll put it on our county website, so you'll know when those will be ready to go. Of course, now it's renewal season, so all the growers out there, you'll be hearing, if you haven't started to, you'll hear from your designated inspector as to what you need to do for renewal. As far as inspection activity, we've actually been pretty busy. Well, not right now, but even during COVID-19, we got back out there in like April or so, and we were doing our inspections in the field. So, and taking into account the COVID safety protocols and whatnot. So we'll still be out there. And you may hear from your inspector if you're due for a records inspection. We're working on some ways to do our records inspections so everybody feels comfortable, so our staff feels comfortable and you, the regulated folks, feel comfortable. So expect you may be hearing from folks here coming up soon. We've been distributing a lot of PPE for the COVID stuff. So we still do have surgical masks. We're going to get some more in from the state. Those have mostly been coming from California Department of Food and Ag. They've been providing those. So we've been distributing through Farm Bureau and through the Farm Worker Foundation of the grape growers. And we're also distributing them here. So if you need surgical masks that you can use for your field workers when they're going to start pruning or whatever, let us know. And we do have a limited amount of N95 masks, so we're not giving those out, willy-nilly. But if you need some, if you can't get a hold of the kind of respiratory equipment you need for your applications, let us know and we can help you along those lines. And we may be getting in more hand sanitizers too. So we're continuing to have that available for growers. The last thing is for general outreach, you probably saw the information on Weed Slayer, the organic herbicide. The problem with that, I think it could very well be you growers knew about it for a while. We just kind of recently learned of the issue. but that weed slayer is kind of implicated in the weed slayer herbicide, organic herbicide, is boxed with a fertilizer, quote, I guess it's fertilizer, but it's really kind of the adjuvant. But that adjuvant has been found to have diquat and glyphosate in it. So if you have any of that product, look at those notices that we sent out. They came from CDFA. So there's some couple of email addresses if you have questions about if you have the product, you know, they want to hear from you. So if you have questions, you can certainly call our office about that. But the two notices that we sent out are pretty clear. If you read them closely, what you should do to contact CDFA. We're not really involved in it other than just kind of getting the information out. So that's kind of my announcement. So I'll go ahead and get into this, this enforcement response. This is something actually that I put together probably more than 10 years ago, and I kind of updated it a little bit, just made sure it was updated and added a few things. But something I don't think we've talked about too much recently. So what I was thinking was, you know, last week Terry Szymanski talked about kind of investigations and work that we do, and Jen Borgen, a couple of, well, in one of the earlier Farm Bureau classes, talked about common violations. So this is just the piece, what we need to do, you know, to follow up on those violations. So, so this is, we're talking about violations that are discovered during inspections or investigations, and we're going to talk about how the violations are classified and what type of response will be taken. But before I get into that, I just kind of want to say that, you know, first and foremost, we believe in compliance through education. We always have in this department through the 3 commissioners I've worked for. So that's kind of why we do these continuing education classes, the ones that we sponsor, and we work with obviously Farm Bureau here, and we work with the grape growers and various ways to get information out. And the other thing is, we're not trying to catch you. We're not really looking to bust, you know, I never like the term, we busted somebody. We're just out there to help you, you know, be in compliance. But if we do find something wrong, you know, and it may lead to a compliance action or a fine action, but that our intent is not to look for something. We'd rather things be in compliance. Like I say, that's why we do the education. And lastly, we certainly don't have a line item in our budget for fines. And the commissioner doesn't say, hey, you guys got to bring in, you know, $20,000 in fines this year. So that's never been in the playbook. So, and I don't think that'll change. So getting into it a little bit here. So we have 3 violation classes. One's called an unclassified violation, and those are minor fines. And I'll get into that, usually paperwork type stuff. And there's a couple of violation classes called hazard or effect violations, and they could carry a moderate fines or a more serious level fines. So we'll talk about those 3 violation classes here in a moment. So in addressing these violations, the ag commissioners throughout the state follow the Department of Pesticide Regulations Enforcement Response Regulations. Years ago, these were called enforcement response guidelines, but it's been quite some time that they're in regulation. So what that means as ag commissioner staff, you know, we're bound to take certain actions, and just as we kind of oversee your programs and in our inspections, DPR oversees our program. So they basically can see all what we've done. They know what inspections we've done, and they kind of follow up with us. So there's certain protocols we have to follow in following up on violations. So the 3 basic type of responses we're looking at are compliance actions, which usually we're issuing a letter of warning, sometimes a notice of violation. Enforcement actions, that's when we might propose a fine. And then the 3rd main kind of response is referrals to the Department of Pesticide Regulation or the district attorney, the county district attorney. And we've only done 1 or 2 of those in my time, actually referring to the district attorney. And I don't believe we've referred anything to DPR. That might be more if say Napa County and Sonoma County had a big player that was really having a lot of problems. You know, there's a potential to refer that to DPR, and they may want to revoke a license or something like that. So, but generally that's not happening. So for these unclassified violations, or the ones that have a minor fine level, these are issues where there's no threat to health or human health or property or the environment. So normally, like if you're sending your use reports in late, or maybe you forgot to register your business or something like that, these, in most cases, we're just going to issue a letter of warning, and it was next to never would we ever issue a fine on something like that. Subsequent incidents, we may get another letter warning, but eventually, if you say you're just a perennial use report failure, we could issue a fine action. We've done that, but that's not something we'd want to do. We'd rather talk with you and just say, hey, can you get your paperwork in? We'll keep this thing rolling. But if we had to take a fine, it would be in the fine range of $50 to $400 for those types of minor fines. Then I talked about the hazard or effect violations, minor fine level. So these are violations that pose a reasonable possibility of creating a health or environmental effect. So oftentimes on the first incident, we can take an enforcement action, or usually if it's not anything too egregious, we'll take a compliance action, and it says with justification. So we would issue a letter of warning, but we have to justify to DPR why we're not taking a fine action. So there's something called a decision report we write, and basically we say, they haven't had any problems in the last 2 years. They're cooperative. They were able to correct the problem on site. So usually we can do that. But on a subsequent incident, we have to take an enforcement action within 2 years. So if we issue a letter of warning for something in March of 2019 and then March of 2020, or within 2 years anyway, you have the similar type of a problem, then we're bound by the enforcement response regulations to take a fine action. So that's the moderate fines. And the same thing for the violations that, the actual health or environmental hazard type things, or a violation of a lawful order of the commissioner. And I'll talk about that in a moment. So, so if it's considered a serious issue, we'll on the first incident, there'll be an enforcement action or a possible referral to, DPR or the district attorney. And usually what's happening, if you had a fine, if we proposed a fine for something in 2019, and then you had another, within 2 years you had another problem, that would go straight to a serious. It wouldn't be a moderate. So if you have like within two years of a previous fine, it'll be classified as a serious fine level. And so the fine range there is $700 to $5,000, and that would be per violated code section. Or if you had field workers, you had a whole bunch of field workers out in the field and they got sprayed, or something happened where they were exposed, we could potentially take those fine ranges per number of guys, number of workers out there. So if you had 10 persons, could be $7,000, 700 times 10, but we haven't had anything quite like that. But around the state, there have been some things. Even recently in Monterey County, they've had a couple of fines that were, I think, $26,000, $33,000. So there is some precedent for that. But generally, the work you guys are doing here, we're not seeing anything so egregious that we need to get to that level. But we will definitely take them on a case-by-case basis. So that's the serious fines. Having said that, this is something I don't think I put in my presentation when I did it some years ago. Due process. So if we plan to take money from you, if we're proposing a fine, we're going to say we're going to fine you $500, $2,000, whatever. Growers have the right to request a hearing. So you can request a hearing to, bring evidence that says the charge is not valid or is not true. So, but the Ag Commissioner staff has the burden to prove the violations in front of a hearing officer. So we have to put, when we propose a fine, we also put together an investigative report that shows the inspector puts together an investigative report that shows, that includes some language about what happened, and it'll include the inspection report, photographs, any kind of other evidence we would put together. So we would have to try to prove the case in front of the hearing officer. And if the hearing officer, ruled in the favor of the Ag Commissioner's position, then there's still the opportunity for the grower to appeal that decision to DPR. So they could send it up to DPR and say, hey, I don't think that the Ag Commissioner the Ag Commissioner's office was right in adopting that hearing officer decision. So that could go up to DPR, and they have a process where they would look at it and determine if the Ag Commissioner was justified in taking that action. And I don't believe we've ever had a hearing where somebody, appealed the case to DPR. Actually, we don't have very many hearings, as a matter of fact. I'll show you how many cases we've had in the last few years, but we don't have that many hearings because most of you guys know that we're working in your benefit. And, once in a while you guys, if you screw up, and then once in a while you're going to get fined, but it's not something we're doing a lot of. And I think in a lot of cases, sometimes we'll find otherwise really good growers, but sometimes I think what it is maybe just the supervision is just a little lacking in the field, or you get a little sloppy. The main thing is you need those, like probably Jen Borgen talked about, and maybe Terry, you need the supervision in the field to make sure the guys have their PPE, have their decontamination facility all set up, have their labels on site. So, and I think a lot of it comes down to good supervision in the field. So if you have that, you're going to have less problems. And I mentioned this term lawful order, the commissioner. So sometimes we'll issue what's called a stop work order or a cease and desist order. So that's outlined in the Food and Ag Code section. It basically says the commissioner may order any person to cease operation of any equipment or facility that is being operated by either an incompetent or unqualified person, or under conditions which may cause injury or illness to people or animals, or cause damage to property or crops. So sometimes we'll use this if we find an unlicensed maintenance gardener operation going, and we would ask them to stop that work and not continue because they have an unqualified person, or they're not qualified. They don't have a license from DPR to run a maintenance gardener business. Or if we see somebody incompetent, maybe somebody's operating in a way that looks dangerous to himself or the environment, we would issue a stop work order. So kind of either of those situations, incompetent, or that second bullet is, their conditions may cause injury to folks. So that's a stop work order. So, and I kind of alluded to this, what happens if you apply pesticides without being licensed and registered? So we may discover that kind of violation during application inspection. So a compliance action will be issued to document that violation, most likely a letter of warning, and then a stop work order will be issued. And a fine could also be proposed depending on the specifics of the situation. But the main deal about the stop work order is it says you are ordered to cease all pesticide use activities for hire until you have obtained the proper pest control business license. This would be specifically for a business license issue, and have registered with the county ag commissioner. And then it says violations of a stop work order will result in a serious fine being proposed, $700 to $5,000. So one time this is many years ago, we had a maintenance gardener that we had done an inspection with, and we told him to stop. He had to stop work. He issued him a cease and desist, and then we found him again maybe a year later, and he was still working. And the commissioner at that time was not too pleased with that. He thought that the guy was thumbing his nose at the ag commissioners. He didn't like that they violated a lawful order of the commissioner. So that guy, he got fined pretty good. We looked at everything, and so anyway, long story short, do the right thing and we don't have to fine you. So here's just a little breakdown. We try to publish these things in our newsletter every year. So this was for 2019. It looks like we had about six fine actions, and these were some of the standard stuff. So you can see a maintenance gardener pest control business didn't have their hazard communication set up, and there was a grower that didn't have his application specific information. Another, there's an unlicensed maintenance gardener for, we find them $250. We usually, for those guys, we just try to get them into the system. Usually they'll have more than just licensing and registration. They may have PPE issues, but we just try to get them into the system and tell them, you can't apply until you get your proper license. So we'll find them, just because sometimes we're concerned that if we don't really get a hold of them the first time, we may never see them again. They're going to go underground. So we're just trying to get people on board, and we've had some success of getting those people licensed and doing the right thing. And the next one, pest control business, a vineyard management company, decontamination facility. That's one of the most common things we see. You need, as Jen talked about a few weeks ago, you need to have all that stuff together, the soap and single-use towels and the water and all that stuff together. So if you don't, there could be an issue with that. In that case, that company probably, it was their second time in 2 years. Unless something was really bad about the whole thing, we probably wouldn't find you the first go around. So that, in that case, it was probably the second go. Same with those next couple, probably personal protective equipment. So they weren't using their eyewear and they weren't using the right kind of air gap. And then we got a pest control, another business that application specific. So those are the common ones: application specific, PPE, decontamination. That's hazard communication. Those are the main ones we're seeing. And I was looking just this morning. So for this year, I think we have about 6 or 7 NOPAs. I haven't noticed of proposed actions or administrative civil penalties going, or many of them are probably done, but I just didn't have the total numbers. And then in 2018, we did about 7 NOPAs or fine actions. And in 2017, we had about 10. So, and these are the fine ranges, kind of up to the 7, usually, 250 and on the low end to 700 or 1,000. We did have one case a couple of years ago, was $2,300. So, we're not looking to make a bunch of money off these deals. I don't know I think I said that earlier, or maybe I didn't, maybe when I was rehearsing this. It takes us a lot of time and energy for staff to put together investigative report, put together the NOPA, the notice of proposed action. We have clerical staff time because we like these things to be all wrapped up nice and neat, and mostly so we prevail, and you'll see that we got you dead to rights, as it were. But anyway, yeah, like I say, we're not out trying to make money or whack people, and we're just trying to make sure people are in compliance. So, the last slide of this presentation, this is just, we also kind of publish this in our newsletter. These are just other types of compliance actions we took on, violated code sections where we probably issued a letter of warning or some kind of compliance action. So respiratory protection, we would see that probably in records inspections if you don't have your full respiratory program put together. Pesticide use reports is common. Handler training, when we do records inspection, you got to make sure you've trained all your workers on all the products. It should be, the training program should be pesticide specific. You can't just do a training on herbicides and a training on fungicides. It's got to be specific to the products you're using. Some of the other ones, field worker training, personal protective equipment, so down the list. So that's what we do for that. So I think that's it. I don't know if I want to do any questions. Maybe I'll do the questions at the end. So I think I will move on here, and let's see. I'm going to try to share my second presentation. So share that. Okay, so as far as our container, let me get this full screen. So many of you have been involved in our container recycling program. I think even last year at a Farm Bureau class, I gave I give a presentation on the container recycling program, and that one was maybe a little more all-encompassing of how the program was developed and everything. But this is a little more of an update on kind of, this was generated out of the recent container recycling event we had just this past November. So I just want to bring up a few things. And that picture there, that was from an event, I think probably last fall up at the Calistoga Corporation Yard. It's just a beautiful thing, seeing all that wonderful fungicides and fertilizer you guys are using to make those beautiful wine grapes. I actually enjoy the container recycling program. I've been doing it for a long time. So just as a little outline of what we're going to talk about for this. So we're going to talk about the history of the program, a little brief history, and how to prepare the containers for recycling and what's not accepted, and look at a few general issues we want you to be aware of when you're participating in the container recycling program, and then also some what not to do items. So by way of history, first thing I want to say is thanks for your participation. Growers have, done a good job. I mean, we've got the word out over the years, and people are used to coming. You hold your containers, for the events we do. It keeps them out of the landfills. I think in the past, maybe in some parts of the state, if they didn't have a program, they would maybe burn the containers, which you certainly wouldn't want to see anybody do, or bury them or take them to the landfill. But when we recycle these containers, they're made into other useful plastic products. And I don't have a slide on this, but the material's chipped on site, and then it's sold off to other plastic manufacturers. So they might make more pesticide containers or drain tiles or speed bumps or pallets. And usually that material doesn't go into any normal waste stream. So you're not going to be making baby bottles out of it or nipples for kids, baby bottles. So be assured that it's in a separate stream. But since 1994, we've held 51 events. Usually it's 2 events per year, spring and fall. And then we've diverted approximately 550,000 pounds or 275 tons of plastic from landfills. So with your participation, we've done a good job keeping that stuff out of the landfill. And there's no charge generally to you as participants, certainly of the day of the event, though you are kind of paying for it in probably a small tax on the pesticides you buy, because there was a law passed some years ago that says any pesticide registrant that's selling pesticides in California has to pay into some type of recycling program so we can keep this going. It was kind of voluntary years ago. All the big companies like Dow and Monsanto and Bayer, whoever, they would pay into this, but some of the people started dropping off, not paying in. So they had to be something was put on the books that everybody has to participate. So either have their own recycling program that is the registrant, or fund something like this, the program. And this program is actually kind of a national program, and there's a ag container recycling council that helps facilitate this, and they select contractors from different parts of the state. So we have a designated contractor that does all of our recycling for us. So the key thing we want to talk about is container preparation. So the main thing we want to think about is those containers should be triple rinsed and preferably dry. And there could be some staining on the containers. If any of you in the past, I don't think people don't use it that much anymore, but like Surfland, that herbicide that's orange, if the containers are stained orange, but they're not like something you could readily wipe off with your gloved finger, then that would be okay. The caps should be removed. The caps somehow are a different type of plastic than the container itself. So you need to remove the caps. And any of those loose labels or those booklets that are attached to the outside of the container, those should be removed and just thrown away, because all that paper is a little too much contamination when the containers are ground. They want it to be as clean as possible. So it's easy enough to remove those booklets, but we're not asking you to pull off that label that's stuck on or glued onto the container, that one sheet that's on there. We're not asking you to have your workers out there for hours on end, trying to scrape those off. So don't worry about that. You can bring in the 5-gallon buckets, kind of like the paint bucket, but those metal handles and the lids should be removed because those are not recyclable, and the recycler doesn't want to have to deal with that. So we're asking you to bring those in that way. Excuse me. And then we're going to talk about some special prep that you need to do for the larger barrels. So we'll look at that. So here's a couple of pictures that I get a kick out of because I remember this days, at least 15 years ago, we had a container recycling event, and those are both Goal herbicide containers that came in that day. And the one on the left, I would say, is very clean. I wouldn't recommend it, but you can almost see putting a little milk in there and storing it because it's so darn clean. But I think they work pretty hard to get that clean. And I would tell a grower, no, it doesn't need to be that clean. But the guy on the right, he claimed, yes, those were triple rinsed. And I would say, well, maybe they were triple rinsed, a couple of months after they sat out in the sun for a while, but those were rejected. So those are on the two extremes of what we'd like to see. So they don't need to be as clean as the one on the left, but the one on the right is not gonna pass muster because somebody did not do the right thing in triple rinsing. Because as you know, and I can't remember, Jen talked about triple rinsing a few weeks ago, but you're supposed to triple rinse those containers in the field when you're done. If that guy finished up that goal that day, he should have rinsed out that container, made it very clean, poured the rinse aid back into the spray tank, and then he should have, he could have just brought that clean goal container back to the shed and stored it until there was a pesticide container recycling program. Enough of that. So here I am demonstrating pulling off the booklet. So there's that booklet on there, and just take that booklet off. So that thing in my right hand is just a pesticide container with the stuck on label, and that's fine. So just take off the booklet. It's easy. It's just something to try to remember to do. I talked about the 5-gallon buckets. So they don't want the metal lid. They can't recycle the metal lid, and that whole lid, or not the metal lid, the metal handle, but the whole lid, it has like a rubber gasket in it, and then that little spout on the top's got metal and other kinds of plastic that aren't recyclable. So just go ahead, when you bring the buckets in, have those handles removed, and get rid of that lid. And this is another thing they don't want to see on the barrels. We'll talk about barrels in a moment. On the barrels, they don't want to see those heavy plastic handles and the spout, the cap that you can screw off. That apparently is a different kind of plastic, and so they don't want that, because when they grind it and it's just a contaminant, they just kind of want to keep all the same types of plastics together. So for barrel preparation, we allow you to bring in those 15-gallon barrels of 30s. Maybe 55-gallon barrels. So we maybe had steered you wrong in the past, but this is a picture of the recycler that I spoke with this November. He'd showed me how he wanted to have them cut up. So she'd cut them long ways. We were having you cut them across ways, but they can't recycle those big rings. So here he's cutting it with a skill saw long ways, and then you can see he has 2 halves. And then for these smaller ones, then he'll cut those in 2. So we'll probably make some kind of a graphic for that, so that for our next flyer, you can see that. And then probably for the 30 gallons, you might cut each of those halves in 3 parts, and maybe the bigger ones 4 parts, but they just need to be smaller so they can get it into their granulation equipment. It's kind of like a big wood chipper that they need to send stuff through, but so they can't send pieces that are too big. So those are the barrel preparation ideas. And now we're going to get into what's not accepted. I already mentioned for this picture, we don't want you to bring the 5-gallon bucket lids. And then I'm going to be frank that, I didn't train my staff as good as I have in the past. You guys have always brought in really clean material, and I think you still did. Even this one, it was good, but so a few things got slipped in on me, like the 1-gallon hand can. They don't want to see any plastic spray rig, cans, and then on the left of that photograph, there's plastic measuring cups that you get with the product, so they don't want that. And as a matter of fact, I think there's another picture. Somebody actually cut up one of those 100-gallon, big, thick, yellow poly spray tanks. It's, you maybe hook up at the back of the tractor, and they cut that thing up into pieces, put it in a big bag. And I can't believe we didn't see that come in, but that was definitely not recyclable. It weighed about 100 pounds, so we had to get rid of that. So long story short, we're going to be looking a little more closely. And just like I say, most everybody does a good job, brings things clean, but sometimes we see some funny things, and we'll work to reject those and know that those are going to go back to you. That this is really just a pesticide and fertilizer container recycling program, not in anything under the sun that you might have that's made out of plastic. So just keep that in mind. So here's another picture of some of the stuff that was left behind. A lot of barrels, or a lot of small barrels that didn't have the handles removed, or the lids and things like that. And in the back, if you see that yellow, oh, I'm going to turn on my pointer. Hold on. Let's see, how do I do it? Here we go. My laser pointer. So here, this is a big bag of that big poly spray tank that was cut up into pieces. So that was kind of exciting. And here's a little close up. And the other thing that they don't want to see, like this barrel here is like a barrel or a 2.5 gallon container. It looks like everything else, but it was something that had transmission fluid or motor oil or something in it. They won't take that. And over here on this side, there's like a water jug that you would take to the grocery store to buy your filtered water. So they won't take that. And there's a lot of funky stuff here. Like this one's just got all kinds of goo on it. So like this container here, it's just a little dirty. That's okay. But the problem with that one, it probably still had the cap on it. So, so in the continuing on with what's not accepted. So here's a container that wasn't triple rinsed. It's dirty on the outside, but it's not just stained. Well, there is some staining there, but a lot of that stuff could be wiped off with your hand. But if you can look down into that container, there's still some liquid material in there. I'm assuming that's some kind of a fertilizer or something. I'm not sure what that green stuff is. It was like dark green, and they did a great job taking off the label, so I didn't know what it was, but they didn't care to rinse the container. So just remember to triple rinse. And here's another one. They did a good job taking the label off and cutting it in two, but it's hard to tell, but this is just a bunch of gelatinous, kind of weird fungicide stuff. So they definitely won't see that. So we're going to do a better job policing that. Like I say, you guys have by and large, done a great job over time. Okay, pointer. So let's see what else here. We talked about that, just those big handles, certain plastics they don't accept. So some general issues just to think about. We've been trying to push this message a little bit lately, last few years. Just remember to secure those containers in the trucks and the trailers during transport. I mean, by and large, you guys do a great job tying them up and then tying them in or putting a tarp over the top. But every now and again, something will blow out on the Silverado Trail or the highway or something. And thankfully, a lot of times another grower will pick them up and bring them to us. But just try to do the right thing to keep that stuff from going out. Another thing I just now thought of, when we do the recycling at the Calistoga yard, just be careful entering or exiting those facilities, any of the facilities, because as you know, there can be a lot of traffic on Silverado Trail. So just be careful. Make sure your guys are being careful with their trucks. And then another thing we like to talk about is just bring a crew to unload the containers, because if you guys have been there, you can see sometimes we'll have 5 or 6 trucks, a lot of activity on site dropping off containers. So we appreciate when if you have a big flatbed truck, bring 2 or 3 guys to help unload that. We can help it, and sometimes we can assist with unloading trucks, but mainly it's to keep things flowing, so we can keep the truck coming in and going. So and then we're always cognizant of safety. Obviously we're looking out for ourselves, and hopefully your crews will be looking out for themselves with a lot of truck traffic. And we generally try to route the traffic coming in one way and send them out the other, so there's not a whole lot of people not running into one another with their trucks. So the cardboard can be recycled. We're still doing that. So you can bring your cardboard, but we just ask that it be flattened because we have a big cardboard dumpster and we don't want to fill it up all at once. But so bringing in that flattened cardboard is fine. You know, keep that out of the landfill as well. So the last major section of my little talk here is we're going to call this what not to do. So as you know, if you've been participating recently, we've had these recycling events at the Calistoga yard. We used to always do them in Yountville, but we kind of got pushed up to the Calistoga yard for various reasons. It's a yard, corporation yard, that's not really used by the road crew. So it's kind of a good spot for us. It may not be as centrally located, but normally we're there. But this year, because of the fires, they had to use that yard for some fire recovery work. And so they sent us back to a Yountville yard, a yard right next to the main Yountville corporation yard. So we knew that there could be trouble with that. So we sent out a couple of e-blasts saying, hey, actually it's going to be in Yountville. So, and I made this poster, and then one of my staff members is up Valley. He attached that to the chain link fence up at the Calistoga yard, saying, actually head to the Yountville yard for the, for the event. We put the date and the address and the time. But lo and behold, one or more growers decided to dump those containers in Calistoga. And if you can see, I'm gonna put my pointer on again. If you can see in the background, there's these big blue kind of containers. Those are being used by the fire recovery or people that are recovering hazardous waste from maybe properties that are burned. And they're basically bringing that stuff to this yard and storing it in those big containers until it's time for that material to be shipped off to whatever they do with it. So from what I understand, they're not really there during the day as much as at the end of the day when they bring in all their recovered material. So somebody on the day of the event, when we were bringing in containers in Yountville, some grower brought their containers and just dumped them here. And this, where these are stored, and you'll see another picture or two, these were somewhere over here and just blocking all their work areas. So they weren't too happy about that. So somebody had to move them. But the point is, containers are supposed to be controlled, and you're supposed to know where your containers are when they got pesticides in them or when they're empty. So this, we call this an illegal dump. And unfortunately, we weren't able to figure out who left this. I was hoping they left some cardboard behind. I was hoping it would say XYZ Vineyard Management Company, like maybe Will Brillis would have written somebody's name on it, but I wasn't able to find anything. So we didn't determine who did it. But so just tell your workers if they roll up on a site that they think might be for the container recycling location and there's nobody there, because there was nobody there when these guys dropped this, you have them give their supervisor a call, and you guys can give us a call and we'll direct you. So this might have been a monkey see, monkey do deal. I mean, one guy might have dropped it and they said, hey, there it is. And they all dumped it. So, because it was at least probably a big flatbed truck full, looks like to me, maybe more. So there's another picture. So, so this is a little asphalt driveway that kind of goes around the Calistoga yard. So somebody had to move it out of the way there. So this is all the material that was left. And as you can see, they left us a whole bunch of 5-gallon buckets. And since we weren't there, they left all the metal handles on them too. So, that's a good reason for us to be there, so we can kind of police what's dropped off. So thankfully, we were able to work with the recycler. So they usually come up the day after our event. So they'll come to Yountville and they'll grind all the plastic and they blow it into big, huge bags that weigh 700 or 1,000 pounds. And then that's how they haul it off. But they were able to come up to the Calistoga yard and take care of these. And they actually pulled all those handles off for us. So all they did was this left us some metal handles and a little bit of trash. So that was able to be cleaned up. But anyway, the point is, make sure guys don't just drop stuff anywhere, because it makes more work for everybody. But as a way of a recap, and I want to end on a high note. You guys have done a great job over all the years, and thanks for your participation, keeping all that plastic out of landfills. Just to remind your applicators to triple rinse those containers at the time of use. So, you know, once they're done using that goal or using some fungicide, that they have clean containers just to take back to your shop, and till we have the next container recycling event. So that's the best thing. And we're gonna train our staff to inspect the containers more closely at future events. And then, and having said that, just understand that there could be some containers rejected if they're not clean or if they're not the appropriate type of container. So I think that's it. So maybe I will stop sharing my screen, or let's see if there's any questions. So I don't see any questions. Ugo or Eric, do you have any questions for me?
I don't see any yet. John, again, as somebody with the Ag Commissioner's Office, I take that as a compliment that you've done such a thorough job of explaining everything that everybody's questions are, oh, there is one question here.
Oh, that's a good one. Okay, I see that one. And well, I can see one person at least is still awake. I know you guys have been there, been at your computer since 7:30, but it's the person reminded me to discuss the idea of training their mechanics. So, you know, mechanics are, I don't know if Jen talked about that a few weeks ago, but mechanics are considered pesticide handlers if they're working, you know, if they're working on spray equipment that hasn't been cleaned, like if they have to go out into the field, maybe there's a leaky line or something's going wrong, you know, they need to be trained like any other pesticide handler. They, you know, I just see another question. Yeah, so pesticide handlers, you know, they're the mixer loaders, applicators, and flaggers. There's really no flaggers anymore, but mechanics. So mechanics, that's a good reminder. Mechanics should be trained if they're working on any equipment that's not been rinsed out. We have another question about any chance the Ag Commissioner could do a dispose of old pesticide event. We get that question all the time, but as it turns, and we're trying to help environmental management get this word out, but they do a couple of events a year. And they usually, I think they do them, I think they're both of them are kind of up valley, but we do put those on we send that out in our newsletters. And of course there's the hazardous waste facility down in American Canyon. You can bring stuff there. So for business owners, you have to, I think you make an appointment, there's a charge, but there are ways to get rid of old pesticides. Like if you have a barn, if you inherit a barn with a bunch of material, you want to get rid of it. There are ways to do that. We've talked about, I know one county in the state, maybe in the upper Sacramento Valley, they did a specific event. It cost a whole lot of money to put one on, but the point is our environmental management already has those at least 2 events a year going. So there is a way to get rid of it. Or if you have a lot of material, you might have to, you know, hire a waste hauler to come get that stuff. So I would refer you to, you can talk to Doug Calhoun. He's with Planning, Building, and Environmental Services. We're trying to work with them don't tell Doug I said this, but they don't do a tremendous job of outreach to let you guys know. So we're trying to help them get the word out. So like I say, if we know there's an event, I've kind of gotten a better relationship with a gal actually that works for Public Works, County Public Works, and she lets us know when they're going to be events. So we try to do that, as well as they're trying to do some more drip hose recycling. So I think there was one actually the Friday before our container recycling, there was a drip hose recycling up valley. So, and I had another question. What is the hazardous waste place in American Canyon? So it's down at the, you know, the transfer station. There's a lot of things going on at the transfer station in American Canyon. There's a place where you can take household hazardous waste if you have paint or you have, you know, old stain or you have pesticides that you don't want to use, you can take it there. So you can give, you know, the person that asked this question, if you can't figure that out, you can, you know, email me and we can get you some information on that. But if they will take business waste, you know, hazardous waste or materials that you just don't plan to use. Because I know sometimes, you know, a company might pick up a ranch and there's an old barn back there full of stuff. So anyway, you can get a hold of us and we can help you with that. Yeah, so somebody commented on that. It's the Napa Valley Household Hazardous Waste Facility. so you can you should pack your products carefully so they don't mix or spill during transport. So, and for highway safety, this person helping me out said there's a minimum of 15 gallons or 125 pounds that you can take per trip. So yeah, you can certainly you could call environmental management, or when I say that, I mean planning, building, and environmental services, the county agency, and they would help you with all that kind of stuff. But certainly, if you're hauling the point is, if you're hauling a lot of stuff, be careful and don't mix different types of things and during transport and that kind of thing. So thank you for that help there. Let's see. Not seeing anything else. I think I hit all my announcements. So certainly, like the point is, Jen's made that point, and I think Terry Samansky made the point. We're always here to help. So give us a call, and if you've got any questions, we'll do the best we can to help you.
John.
Yeah, and then so that transfer station, or the place for hazardous materials, is on Devlin Road, American Canyon. If somebody wants to write it down, there's a phone number, 259-8608, and those are Friday and Saturday. That's open Friday and Saturdays 9 to 4. So Friday and Saturday, homeowners can go there and bring their their excess paint and things. But I think for businesses, you need to make need to make an appointment for that. So,
John, thank you so much for the thorough presentation, and to everybody at the Ag Commissioner's Office for all of the work that you put into this thing this year and every year up to this point. And we look forward to your help and contributions again in 2021.
Yeah, we're happy to help. And it looks like I got one or two more questions. Can I take care of those, Eric?
Sure. Yeah.
So it says, will the lids be recycled if the cap and gaskets are removed from it? Yes. I mean, if I believe they'll take that plastic. I think the plastic on those 5-gallon buckets is the same, but if you can remove those rubber gaskets and that cap that's got the metal ring and any of the plastic. So if it's just like, like a 5-gallon bucket lid that has no other material, no plastic, no rubber gasket, I believe you can bring those. But if you want to, the person asked this question, you could check in with me. I could always follow up with the recycler for next time, so I can definitively add that or answer that question. So another question, to make an appointment, you must pay if you're a business. Oh yes, okay. Yeah, so for the hazardous material drop off, you need to make an appointment and you must pay if you're a business. Yes, that's correct. So homeowners can just go and you can take material, but if it's a business, you need to call. And what we learned from environmental management was basically the businesses are sort of funding that, so it's funding it for the homeowners to be able to bring material. So it's in everybody's best interest if you guys pay for that. Obviously, I know sometimes you'll end up with a whole barn, and that I know that can be problematic, but you need to work that through with environmental services. It's funny, we're the pesticide regulators when they're using it, but if you decide to stop using it, then it becomes hazardous waste and we're no longer in charge. Let's see. So it looks like no more open questions, so maybe I can go to lunch.
Yeah, John, if you'd hang out for just a couple of minutes.
Yeah, I'll hang here.
Give them like 5 minutes to see
Sure.
if any more pop up through the chat
Sure.
feature. Again, Thank you so much. I want to say thank you to all of our speakers, if anybody's still listening. And you as attendees. We couldn't do this without you. You're the most important part of this in so many ways. And I look forward to doing it every year. And I hope that we can get some feedback from different folks who have different desires about future content. Between now and next year, we're going to endeavor to get started on this earlier so that we have the invitation out earlier and you can lock up your calendars earlier and everybody's confident that, and we'll also have the DPR hours secured so that everybody's confident that we can cover our bases on that level and excited about what we're going to provide. Thank you, Ugo, and everybody at Farm Bureau. I believe that is it. Lastly, just so please, as Ugo said earlier, if you need CCA hours, get your info to Ugo today. I plan to upload all of the various trainings attendees to the ASA website tomorrow or Monday at the latest to give them plenty of time to process everything and ensure that everybody gets credit, you know, for the 2021 or the 2020 CE cycle.
Hey, Eric, I got one.
What?
Can I answer one more thing?
Oh, yeah.
Somebody asked about, well, in the chat box, I think, asked about drip hose recycling. So Up Valley, they just had an event, and I think maybe they'll do that periodically. But you can also go to that same, you should probably give them a call, but that same facility in American Canyon, the transfer station, I think they regularly take drip hose there. So you can, if you want a person that asked that question, you could email me. And I could help you with that. But basically, I think the materials has to be cleaned and coiled up and things like that. But it probably wouldn't be a bad idea to call them ahead of time if you have a big load. So that's the answer to that, the drip hose question.
All right, everybody. Happy holidays. Until next year. Hasta pronto-ish, but not really.
Thanks, Eric.
Bye-bye.
Okay. Oh, okay.